not sure how long those will last, but
I figure it out on my own, right?
But
so, like I said, I like it the way it is right now.
What was it? Yesterday, worked on this refrigerator. I had to
M6, why?
It was
I 100%. Like I went big. I got a whole room. I got a whole bedroom full of crap. Ham radio crap. Amp, radio.
KO6, KKT, Tesla for running the net, and we're up to 24 check-ins. I'm following you on Zoom.
Yeah, he's pretty happy. But yeah, I was
all
up
right,
in the mountains
thank
today.
you so much.
Pretty much working up there.
Let's move on to
my last call was
85, LTR.
That one was at home, so that was easy. That was a pretty decent day today. There's a lot of driving
around me, and I'm like, this is pretty cool. This is good. I'm good. You know, because
up there, 70.
Checked in as Nancy. Thank you. Let's move on to KN6 LCY. Tony.
Yeah, it's much cooler up there than down here, but how hot did it get down here?
Crank up tower and, you know, a little while. Freeze, you know, you must be able to remove it and all this stuff, and it's just like, oh my god. And,
really? Oh, wow.
You know, I guess, I don't know. You talked to Indiana State Fair tonight. I heard you say that earlier. I talked to him yesterday. I did run 600 watts.
Not much else going here, just kind of kicking back.
I was able to do it, so I'm like, I'm good, you know? I don't need a bunch of extra infrastructure
Let me drop the
for a different radio.
This is Mike at W6NIC.
Here, what is?
Good evening, Mike. Thank you for checking in. Let's move to K6NMB, Nicholas.
Good evening, Nicholas, K6NMB.
This repeater, and which, by the way, like I said, I could hear you in Lawson's Landing just fine. You guys sounded great. I just couldn't get back in, but
Good evening, Paula. Thank you for checking in. Let's go to W6NOV, Gerald.
Good evening, this is Gerald, W6NOV.
Good evening, Gerald.
Build bridges and not walls in ham radio. And that's one thing Bill was really important about. He goes, remember, build bridges, not walls.
Oh, yeah, okay, so question mark made that. Yeah, all right, I'll figure that. All right, thanks, Roger.
That they build the best they can build within their limits, but get it right electrically. You know, get the circuit right for them so they can get out the best 100-watt station. And sometimes people feel they're pretty smart because they pass the SCC test, you know, the general advanced, but they're actually stupid. They don't know. So
Comes up with what's on the FCC. Sorry about that, Andy. Thank you for checking in. Let's move to AG6QI, Philip.
this is Bill, AG6. Swap nets, this little accessory, that accessory. Before you know it, it's like, what am I doing? What am I getting out of all this? So, $16,000 towers. $16,000 towers. Come just take it free. So, that joke they talk about hams wives not enjoying the hobby, it's more true than it's not, than it is. I mean, it's more true. So, a lot of...
Thanks for checking in. Let's go to AE6SF, Fred.
Greetings, this is Fred, AE6SF.
Thank you, Fred, for checking in. Let's go to KN6STO, Sean.
Wives are like, I'm going to divorce you, and then that's when the guy starts drinking, staying up all night, right? In between jobs, collecting unemployment, wait.
And this is Kilo Foxtrot 7, Kilo Oscar Lima net control tonight for the SCRA service net. Continuing with check-ins, let's go to AE6SW, Scott.
Good evening, this is Scott, AE.
Bob, call this guy. Guy had like 9 radios. I go call over there. I mean, M6DTR.
Real.
Hey. But wait, also, there's more before we go there. Yeah, here's another thing that I think about. Like, you know, I just paid HF Auto, which I thought was a decent deal. Especially for buy it now on Amazon and stuff. It was like 12. Actually, it was like...
That is KI6TIJ, lane.
Okay, I'm going to have to make some notes on there. Like I said, this part pulls from the FCC, so it's whatever the license is under. So, Elaine, are you out there? K6, KI6TIJ.
Guns? Yes. Ammo? Yes. You know, those you can justify buying as an investment, but I got a good deal.
Okie dokie. Let's move on. WA6TIP, Kurt.
Good evening, all. Kurt, WA6TIP.
Anyway, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, so if you can afford it and if it makes you happy, right on. I don't know if he's in Florida, but he's from New Jersey, or if he's in New Jersey, but he's got, you know, he's got like $20,000 station, and I'm like, that's 6 DJW.
Good evening, Bert. Thanks for checking in. Let's go to KN6WPU, Gula.
Good evening, this is Lakia, 6WPU.
W6VVR repeater.
You're like, yawn. Okay, well, what's next? What's next? You fight it out with the big boys. That's what's next. It's like arguing with people on the internet, you know?
Mike, AE6YB.
And good evening to you, Mike. Thanks for checking in. Let's go to KN6VHJ, Eric.
I'm not into collecting points. I just don't care. I just don't care. That's not my thing. So, yeah, that's all I'm... Candy Crush or something, you know? I'd rather do, you know, slow scan TV or something. But anyway, yeah, it's all about...
This is the check-in list that I have. This is Kiesa, Kilo Foxtrot 7, Kilo Oscar Lima, net control station for tonight's SCRA service net. I will now take any late or guest check-ins. Please wait to hear the receiver's call courtesy tone before you check in with your call sign.
Yeah, you know, you gotta, like, choose your time and your money and try to maintain your...
Rick, WW6RC. CK06EIA.
On you that one, but yeah, I wrote it down to it was a few back on that on mine. Same symptoms.
Lifestyle. It's more like a tool. I use it as a tool to talk to other people that I can't talk to.
Because I think I misheard it.
This is Joe at KB2RES.
You use it as a tool to talk to tools.
DSR.
About trying it on that because little female side is like it's a lot of room there.
Whatever. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. That, like, you learn to understand, and you're kind of like, meh. It's like 3-3. It's like, you know. You know, this or that, and then you can go somewhere where you can hang out.
Hearing none, it is now time for Amateur Radio Newsline. More seconds will be taken after Newsline. Is WB6FRZ ready to transmit Newsline for us?
All I'm saying about it is, if I had to give up guns or motorcycles or ham radio, I think ham radio would.
To its audio quality, if you will.
Go ahead. We have a chance to use both this time.
No problem, Don. Go ahead and give us a couple of seconds of it, and we'll give you a signal report once I hear Kurt comes.
I can talk without infrastructure, and that's been fun. That's what I dig, and anyway, but yeah.
WB6FRZ for element control. That was definitely nice and full quieting. There's a little bit of a buzz behind it, but nothing we can't deal with. Definitely good audio on there. So go ahead.
Ernest, I have a Honda Monkey. Oh, is it like pristine, original, like 1972 or something? Still titled and everything?
Left off just a moment ago, WB6FRZ.
The following is a QST. Hams respond to a deadly earthquake in Colombia. The FCC charges a sprawling DMR repeater network.
That's the one disappointment that I've noticed because, you know, back when I was a kid, that was a cool thing. And it helps you get it in the...
From around the world, this is Newsline, amateur radio's first independent, on-the-air news and bulletin service. Now, reporting from Wadsworth, Ohio, Stephen Kinsford, NHWB. Our top story this week is the deadly earthquake in Colombia, South America. Graham Kemp, VK4, BB gives us a status report on Ham.
Through. It's got electric start. It's got baskets for the back and the front. And I almost thought about...
Days, the 10th of August, causing nearly 2,000 buildings to collapse and injuring nearly 3,000 people. It was the strongest earthquake to strike Colombia in 100 years and came only weeks after two earthquakes shattered Venezuela in June. Updates were provided to Newsline by Greg Mossop, Golf 0DUB,
Let's see. It's got to be at least 20 years ago. I moved up here because of a best friend.
Carlos Alberto Santa Maria Gonzalez, Charlie Oscar 2, Juliet Charlie, the IARU's Region 2 Emergency Coordinator, said that Favor Mosquera, HK6F, the League's emergency coordinator, was coordinating operations with the National Disaster Risk Management System. Favor Mosquera also...
And then somebody else brought a little Honda 50, and then somebody else brought two monkey bikes. And it was a kid's birthday party, and then...
20, 17 and 15 meters. as well as 2 meters simplex, and to keep those frequencies clear of transmission. In Risaralda, the radio amateurs from the Coffee Access Amateur Radio Association, HK6RET, made their repeaters and other resources available to support the hard-hit city of Puree-Ra.
All of a sudden, the beer-infused dad started having 50cc match racing.
Marty Salas, HK6RM, as early as Monday evening, following the quake. The group added their Echolink system to the national frequency to provide more communication resources. This is Graham Kempsey, K4BB.
On the morning of our newscast production, Region 2 reported great progress.
You know, the Z50 back in the day. There you go, that's super cool, because, you know, I got a special place in my heart for
strategically located club repeaters, 3,600 meters above sea level by installing solar panels and batteries. At one site, as work continued on repeaters used by amateurs and various institutions in the Coffee Access region, the public cultural FM radio station, RAC, supplied generator power.
Rail, E70 was the, like, little college passport, you know, step through. I've had 2 of those, but the one I have
starts with violating FCC regulations. We have an update from Kent Peterson, KC0GGY.
The FCC has taken action against the operator of a GMRS repeater network serving Georgia and Tennessee, saying his internet link systems violated regulations that ban the simultaneous retransmission of voice messages across numerous repeaters.
Milk crate of these Honda parts, and there was a valve in there. There was, let's see, what else?
Operator with the call sign WD4GMB, he says on his QRZ page that more than half the members of his GMRS network are also licensed hams, and that his paid membership is rapidly growing. With more than 30 repeaters in the system, it is the, quote, largest GMRS network in the U.S., end quote, according to...
So that would be perfect for it. I've never taken it, but I carry dirt bikes on the back of my camper all the time. So anyway, Cam 6, YKIT. Honda brought over here. Red 60s. I've seen some of those, you know.
Website. On February 11th of this year, agents documented the violation, confirming that UHF repeaters' internet connections were being used to carry the same messages to several repeaters for transmission over the air. The notice of violation, released on August 5th, states that such use of many linked repeaters over a wide area is not in the...
Especially the motorcycle they got over here that was bigger than 90 was
here, said that it is encouraging radio growth and education, adding, quote, "We have built a reputation of fostering our membership and guiding them towards the amateur radio community. After all, radio is radio, and it offers so much for those who choose to expand and grow their knowledge of radio communication," end quote. NXDN was given 20 days for...
There's a 2-stroke motor on that thing. Dude, I had a Kawasaki H2 750
in August, which leads right up to the Huntsville Hamfest in Alabama. Andy Morrison, K9 AWM, has those details.
The temperature is a little warmer than it was at Dayton. The date is a bit farther south, and the format is as informal as it can be. Befitting an Alabama State Park.
The thing was just bitching, but it didn't, it was super fast in a straight line, but it, you know, was not a...
For the big ham fest and ARRL convention, the organizer of 4 days in August, Steve, KM9G, described on his YouTube channel how the customary informality of the activity is part of its big draw. It's part handout, part POTA, part soda.
Exactly the same one that's in Top Gun, you know? And then I had a friend who had one just like mine.
On a park summit, trips are also being scheduled to the U.S. Space and Rocketry Center and the planetarium there, as well as the Signal Museum, where the group is hoping to host a soldering class.
This is
In short, there will be plenty of amateur radio rabbit holes to disappear down, but be sure to emerge.
Here's all that. Now I got my 890, and I'm happy with that for a street bike, and I really try to limit my
channel, which is called temporarily offline. This is Andy Morrison, K9AWM.
Marmot test, the satellite launched last month aboard a SpaceX rideshare mission, has received Canada's first official Oscar designation. This comes at an important time as Canada gains a higher
turntables and more than a microphone.
Can I talk?
Centre for Aerospace Research in British Columbia was launched in early July. It's now known as Canada Oscar 128. OSCAR is an acronym for Orbiting Satellite Carrying Amateur Radio. Its mission is to study the ionosphere to gain deeper knowledge of how people's actions affect climate change.
Okay, here we go. My dad could not afford to buy us a mini bike, and so he...
as an AMSAT affiliate and begins inviting members to help grow the organization. AMSAT Canada was incorporated as a non-profit in late 2023 and is the 28th affiliate of the Radio Amateur Satellite Corporation. More details can be found on its official website. Find a link in the...
Because my dad governed it down so far because he didn't want fast. So, and we didn't have to travel. We could crank, you know.
We're the amateur radio news heard on bulletin stations around the world, including the W3BN repeater of the Reading Radio Club in Reading, Pennsylvania.
And what's going on?
Friday,
What's up, Aaron? I've been sitting in the house all afternoon and most of the evening. Getting ice cream from my computer. I got my hands on a 7550 handheld Motorola, and I got it programmed up about halfway. I just need
advisor
to
and mentor to Benny and a widely respected expert on antennas has become a silent thief. We hear more about him.
Analog UHF. I've got all of the GMRS channels, all of the city repeater group ones.
More out of their antennas.
I need to start putting in
simply learn more about them.
This
turn to the
Grandmeister ones for the DMR. And my hotspot, so that's going to be another all-day thing. Apparently you can't copy and paste from two radios that aren't the same.
On the 6th of July.
So until if there is a way to do it, I certainly don't know it. But I've got to do it all over by hand.
Sounds like a pain in the butt, but fun at the same time. Still on that road one. I'm going to be getting a 6550 here in about 2 weeks. I've got to wait for payday, and I should have my hands on one, so I'll be doing the same thing. For ham radio, the forgotten antenna.
If you can find somebody with that model radio already that has a code plug that they can help you with, and just drag and drop. I, for one,
also known for hosting informal,
much as I like to say I enjoy programming radios, I'm getting a really good feel for Motorola program software. It is an educational experience, and I think everybody should
call
get to know it.
The season has been a busy one for public events in southeastern Pennsylvania, and the American Red Cross found itself leading.
Is the software free, or is there a charge for the software?
3ILS has those details.
Emergency response and emergency...
You can buy your own.
When it comes to public events.
I got mine from a guy who got his from a guy, and so on and so forth. So I can't really, I don't have a way to give it to you.
Reached out.
You're going to have to find a person that's got it. I know you can get it on a jump drive from
of course,
eBay,
always
and then I needed help installing it because there's like a few places that you have to go and then copy what's there and then paste it into
Call for help happens even wider.
Another location that is inside of it. So it's kind of a thing.
The Red Cross and the area team gained additional support from the many amateurs who belong to the Red Cross.
Oh yeah, that sounds like a pain. And since I'm running Windows through parallel, I'm using a virtual machine, it's probably going to even be more of a pain in the butt.
The World Cup came to the Philadelphia Stadium, and it was true for the 5 matches that followed.
You can find somebody that has that model radio and they've got theirs already saved on their computer. Maybe you can meet up with them and just get one. Just have them program in a plug for you and just sort of drag and drop the frequencies that you want. And then once it's programmed, it's programmed. There's no changing it unless you can, you talk the guy into
WB6FRZ with the final portion of
it is nice to have your own copy.
In the world of DX, listen for John.
All right. Yeah, can't wait.
Operating as
Hey, needs to hurry to get here. I want to get my hands on one to start playing around.
NA104 on the 24th through.
Right on. Well, I hope it works out for you. Let me know.
Flight how it goes. Will be active as J.
I've been looking on Amazon. I think I can get a programming cable for like $20. And I was looking at if I wanted to get some spare batteries. We were looking at somewhere between $25 and $30 for a spare battery.
Is the 6550 an Imprez radio?
By L will be on the air as OJ radio and OJ. Number
IMTREF
15 through the 22nd of August. It's the 10 meters to 10 meters.
I have not a clue.
Yeah, hold on. That's probably a better question here for Google. Hold on.
For QSL information or operating details for the station, who are these? We end this week's newscast by asking.
It is. So make sure you're getting an Imprez
or even
compatible and then if you buy the speaker mic for it, make sure it's an Imprez speaker mic. Otherwise, it's going to sound like you're speaking through like you're talking through. I don't know. Like it's gonna sound like it's completely muffled. Like it's not gonna be clear because it's made for the digital upgrade for those radios. And my mistake at first was I bought a model 4024 AL. 4024A speaker mic, and it was not the right one, and it sounded like I was like a mile away. And then I got the 4025AL, and that was the exact match for this radio. So if you're a speaker mic kind of guy, like I am, because I try to keep the antenna away from my head, but make sure that you're getting the right stuff for them.
That's good to know. I appreciate the heads up. I was gonna, when I go down and get the radio, I was gonna talk with Kurt over at Two-Way, and see if he had any spare batteries, speaker mics, or anything, and see what he'd let me have them for.
That is an excellent place to start. Yeah, he would have. He's got all kinds of stuff there.
Well, that's where I'm going to get the radio. I'm going to go get the radio through him because I've been looking on eBay and I've just been very leery about, buying something like that. What if it's defective, or what if it's the wrong radio, or you know, there's too many variables. At least if I go on this route, at least I know it'll be a, you know, somewhat decent radio.
Okay, yeah, right on. You could maybe ask him if he'll let you use his software to read and write your radio. You're going to be hanging out there for a while, having to do it. But I mean, if he's willing to let you use his stuff, I mean, at least just to get the majority of channels programmed.
Yeah, that's true. That's a thought. In fact, when I went up there, he had a box of them, and he told me to sort through them and pick one out. So I did, and we threw a battery. And the one I picked out actually is somewhat programmed. It has several different zones that are already programmed for Vegas.
Very good. Maybe you can just kind of expand on that, or I mean, at least put your name and your radio ID inside of the radio. That way, you know, it's yours. Mine came from a warehouse in New York, and it had all kinds of stuff on there that was like pre-programmed for, not for here. And I had to just erase everything and start fresh. But it's working great. I even put an AI-generated call sign custom photo into the startup screen already. It's looking pretty good.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. It does DMR, so yeah, I'll definitely have to throw in my radio ID. Hey, Shane, give me a few minutes. I gotta go get ready to feed these cats and take my meds and whatnot. So I'll try and jump back on. Hopefully you're still there, and we'll finish this conversation. KV7VGK.
All right, Aaron. Actually, man, I've got to head to bed here pretty quick. I've got to get a nap in before I go in to work tonight. It's my Monday, so I will talk to you probably tomorrow. 7-3, man. KM7CIP.
Talk to you later, Shane. KD6SIN.
Yeah, I'll talk to you later. KM7CIP 73.
7582, medic 540, call 5421, Cassandra Way. 5421, Cassandra Way, Larkfield. Firelight Drive, Sylvania Court, Control 2, 1950.
now.
Bye, boys.
VGQ live from the YMCA, climbing out of the Aquafit class.
How'd it go tonight?
I'll be needing you to Tuesday when I get home.
That sounds like you got a good workout.
Yeah, both classes that I had today, the spinning class, this is a bike class, and they're both high intensity. And yeah, I got a good workout all the way around. 25 pounds, got to lose it for the second week of January.
I think you'll make it the way you're going.
I can highly hope so. I thought I heard Shane in there.
I think he shut it down because he's got to work tonight and he's going in for his nap before going to work.
Copy that. I'm going to be on the side here while I change my clothes.
Monitoring success science.
You there in Houston, but good deal. Well,
After you, when you get a chance. Yeah, looking forward to meeting up with you sometime. KE6HA, I'm getting checked.
5.
Okay, sounds good. Also, I posted a few links to the forums on the SBRA website. So there's some information and some interesting there too. So
yeah, I got you in
more people chime in, and we can make this thing something that is absolutely amazing and originated here in Sonoma County.
Yeah, thanks. I just got a tape, John.
You do the same for me as well. I'm on
so anyway, just get a chance.
Kilo Golf 6 November Lima with good evening.
Have a great evening. Thanks for doing a great job on the net. KE6HA, good evening all.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you very much. Have a great night.
All I heard was a mic click. I'm on All-Star. Did you hear me, John?
Sorry, quick, Keith. Sorry about that. I got you. No worries, Frank. It's just stuff. It's
mud.
stuff.
John. I'll send you a video real quick.
You know,
give you a small update. KG says and I'll be clear.
Well, yes, I wanted to mention, compliment you on running the net tonight. It's done very well, very clear, easy to understand. And I also took a look at your website. Pretty amazing tool.
Attention all stations. This is the QSTV. Back Valley Radio Club will be holding our weekly net here on this frequency in 4 minutes. Still a net. See you all there. KB0RB.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's definitely been a work in progress and just pushing things that come out of my brain from years of running nets and that kind of thing. But, you know, my brain's only got so much. So thank you very much, and definitely appreciate any comments on any improvements that could be made.
Spreadsheet. And the ham radio stuff isn't real hip to them, but maybe that just goes to the local radio club or something. But anyway, yep, that's the way it goes. And yeah, you come in with nothing and you leave with nothing. And I don't know. My thinking about is that, you know, the cleanups that I had to do. It was a lot, you know, but I did it, and kids helped, and maybe they have to do it again for me, but I'm going to try not to, you know, I'm going to try to make it more liquid for them. There's a thing called a Swedish method where when you die, you only have a shoebox worth of possessions, but in the liquid form, and that just simplifies things, I think.
You know, I agree, and, you know, the thing is they deals. But everybody's into the dollar. Everybody likes gold. And, you know, I brought this doll home one time. My wife's house, it's creepy, it's weird, I don't like it, it's scary. Well, after I looked it up and found out it was worth $500 and I showed her, she's like, wow, that is a beautiful.
That's the whole thing, right? Know your audience, and know that, right? Like, you don't sell a ham radio at a garage sale. You get $25, you know, but on eBay, where you're saying shipping is $25 or $40 or something, you know, you get, and it's all that. You know, it sounds like we're from a similar era. My mom I have an appreciation for antiques. Quite a few antiques in the house. And, you know, hand-me-downs, but antiques. And, you know, I just don't like waste. I don't want to see stuff like that go into the dump. But, you know, the young people, they don't want China sets. They don't even want a set of silver flatware, you know. You know, even though he has silver. And those are just silver plated anyway. But yeah, all that. And
8 p.m.
All right, good evening out there, everyone. And this is John. So, like, this younger generation, you know, after me, and I'm acting as net control for the Vaca Valley Radio Club Net. Early X. If you wish to make contact with someone or have anything for the net, please use net. They don't want the China hutches. They don't want the net, you know, at any time if you have emergency or priority traffic. For 12 with the teacups and everything. This is an open net, and visitors are welcome to check in after the club roll call. Minimalist. This net meets every Tuesday evening even with the classic cars. W6 VVR repeater. Now, like, this repeater has a down off. You know, I grew up around 67 Camaros. That was our cheap car that, you know, we are also available via AllStar. Put a node 51094. Build it, or put a tunnel ram, or 454, you know, something on it, and our club president is still, nobody's kicked me out yet, cool John KB0RB. That classic car, announcements for the net this evening, but you know, are the people our age that are interested in those, are like kind of, we're dying off and getting over.
I haven't done one of these reminders in a while, but I want to get everyone out there in radio land some tips on a couple of other alternative style nets that are really fun to keep what you like. You know, because I found a new one this week. It's not exactly a net,
like
but
you're a Native American 300 years ago, and you're walking the creek and you find a rock you like, and you pick it up and you, I'm taking this home to my tent.
You don't have to always just be sitting there calling CQ. So just a reminder, Wednesday, that goes on Wednesdays from Wednesday UTC, so midnight UTC Wednesday.
Don't put it ahead of your family. Don't put it ahead of reason and logic, right? It's just a thing. It's okay to have stuff, and it's also okay.
Or you just want to practice sending messages with forms or understanding how Wednesday works is a good way to get an acknowledgement and know that you're sending those messages out. Wednesday activity is
it's all just logic and reason.
VARAC Victor Alpha Romeo Alpha Charlie Wednesday.net.
Money.
VARAC is
I'd like to have more
based on VARA. You can do it on either HF or SF. And VARAC is like a check protocol. It's built on really cool stuff. A lot of really cool stuff. It has a voice support system. It has built-in email. It has a questionably useful AI functionality built into it.
It's all good.
You can send pictures. There's a lot of cool
good in
stuff
the neighborhood.
Here on check out VARACWednesday.net. It's a good opportunity to see what stations are available, and there do tend to be a whole lot more on Wednesdays.
Happened to me.
APRS Thursday. Those of you who joined the club
looking at all my
in
stuff
person
here.
last week,
I went here in Auburn at Fire
APRS with our very own Chris K.
My wife.
DLF. APRS Thursday is a really cool opportunity to see who's out there on APRS. Super cool stuff. You can find out at APRS.net. That's Alpha Papa Romeo Sierra Papa Hotel.net/APRS Thursday. And that basically has you sending a message to a bot. That bot will distribute your message to everybody else who is subscribed to the net, and you'll all hear each other. You can talk back and forth. I've made a couple of interesting friends and definitely some interesting contacts on there.
Medic 511.
Of APRS.
And found out we was in the wrong place because we was actually headed to Mineral Bar, which is another state park, but it's in Colfax.
And it's basically APR soda, if you can think of it. And it's an APRS on-the-air activity where you can do activations and you can hunt people and you can do it from the comfort of your own home or wherever it is you know you'll have access to.
You know, so that's what we did. We was up at Mineral Bar looking for that stuff, looking for that shiny stuff.
Using the RF Pass APRS. And it's a pretty cool way. You can hunt people, you can activate, you can get credits, there's badges, there's points. It's really very interesting. I did 2 of them this evening, just with 2 different radios to see how they work. I learned a lot about how my radios work and which one I prefer and what I want to do with it. So that's a really cool thing to check out. If you want more information, you can contact me after the net.
Better go up there and find out what you can do and what you can't do. And you know what? I'm like 70 years old. I might not have the gumption to do what my head says do it. My body might have a different story to tell. So we decided, you know, let's just drive up there, do a little panic, and see how it all pans out. We had a good time. I got to get in the river and soak in the river. Man, that sure felt good. You know, only got the speck of gold, but you know, it was about just checking out the territory and do a little sample of what my body could handle. And you know, I'm going to do it again.
And you're going to want to use DG00 both for RX and TX. And as
farther, I don't know. But I'm not going to pull the trigger on a loose box or a metal detector until
to use it in digital mode. We've got our in-person meeting coming up December 10th. It will feature our very own Dan. Talking about vintage rigs. It will also be the day, 2 days before Rio Vista Airport Day, for which I'm looking for more volunteers both for Airport Day and for Dia de los Muertos, which is coming up in November. Look for an email this week with some more information about those 2 opportunities, and I'll also include some tips about the nets and other activities that I just mentioned. I'll send out a post and feedback for everybody. Matt, are there any club officers or committee chairpersons with announcements for the net this evening?
like nothing heard. Now is your opportunity to ask for help. Your request for assistance can be technical or physical, and we try to help each other out with antenna and radio projects as needed. If you need help, please give us your name, call sign, and the assistance that you need, and those able to help can make contact with you after the net is closed. This is a long-running tradition that brings club members together to help each other. Is there anybody out there looking for help at this time? Moving on to the W6VVR Club roll call. As a reminder, if you haven't checked in for the last 3 weeks, we might not call in during this session. That doesn't mean we don't love you. It does mean we miss you, but it's just to keep the net moving along. So please check in after the roll call when we ask for later missing club members. I'll check you off in the log and you will be called next time. This week's question of the day is, if you could have any superpower, what would it be? If you could have any superpower, what would it be? Please share your answer with your check-in when we call your name. And I'll start the roll call with K6RAA Ralph.
This is Kilo 6 Romeo Alpha. Ralph, sitting from Morning Creek. Good question. I guess I would be like It'd be nice to fly around and check out the place and not have to fight the airports and all that, and fly from above. I know that's kind of corny, but kind of fun. Back to you. Thank you very much. Over.
Improvement signal is always there. Superman always bothered me because he has like every superpower. They just decided to throw the whole thing at him, and like, I don't know, I guess that's why he's so super. But he's got every power, so I agree, that would be pretty cool. Good to hear you, Ralph. Thanks for checking in. KO6 Bob. Bob. See what we can do about that. Eat your carrots. It's good for you. It's brain food. W6 GP Frank.
GP Frank in Rio Vista. Good evening, all.
Delightful.
And
go.
Sounding good there, John. Thanks for doing that.
Safe fried chicken. And
I could use a little brain power myself. It's aging, and I could use a little bit more.
Go stand in the water,
on the lacking.
waist deep, and drink.
Back to you.
Never have to pee once.
Agree that either you or Bob are lacking in brain
So
power.
is Rollins Lake, is that a place that you could
guys. I missed you, KM6 ESN. Ed, are you out there?
Is the surroundings of the lake dirt or sand or cobble?
I've been checking in, except for last week. I was back with superpowers. I'm with Ralph. I want to fly. KM6, KM6 ESN out.
So if you just Google it, you can go there for free. You can go to Freeloaders Cove.
The amount of time spent at DSA. I know that's like my entire life, so I hate that. Good to hear you. Great signal.
Road.
K6 WBY.
Right by the boat ramp, outside of the pay area, and just walk in. There's a road with a gate, but it's like you can walk all the way back there and around to the dam, and there's another lagoon back there you can hang out at. And
Power would be multitasking. Good to hear you, David.
You know, it's like probably keep it on leash until you get to your little spot.
Antonio, are you out there?
You know, turn it loose. And, yeah, you know, so that lake releases water into the Bear River, but it comes out of the bottom of the dam, so it's cold.
As always, thanks for checking in with us.
The lake
BOM, Roger.
Water is not that cold. It's nice to swim in. It's a real nice.
Bravo, Oscar.
Like if you've been hot all day and stuff, super refreshing. It's like taking a cold shower.
But I'd settle.
Is that actually? That must be fed by the Bear River as well.
Or what it used to be back like 30 years ago. I'd be happy with it.
You know, there's been water diversions, and actually that's Yuba River water that's coming down there now. But the original Bear River started up there at
my hearing from back when I was
thing,
25 years old.
Yeah, there's sand mining. You can check all this out. There's like sand mining going on upstream and all this stuff, but you heard about the Yuba River thing and
unlimited
the Spalding Powerhouse and all that version, and it's a water conveyance. It's not a natural lake or anything.
Telescopic vision
so it's a water conveyance thing. So we're
both good choices. Thanks for checking in.
It's Yuba River water, and Bear River water from that draw too. But that river was never
Fairfield.
the South Fork of the Yuba was what kind of feeds that.
Definitely right up there too.
Well, still and get my bearings and maybe head up there and check it out. I might throw my monkey bike in the back of the truck, take it up there and drive around a little bit and get the lay of the land.
My buddy Russ, are you out there?
Yes, I am out here. This is Russ. Transmitting from Rio Vista. Superpower. If I could eradicate all of the foul diseases in the world, that would be wonderful.
There's all kinds of stuff there.
Back and good for everybody. So everybody remember Russ when he needs help or something, make sure you help him out. Thank you, Russ. Good to hear you. Amazing signal as always. Love you guys in Rio Vista. KM6BXZ, Bob.
History back there and all this stuff. So, you want to go prospect.
Nice man, took over Bob's slot from him tonight. So, of course, he's
all that out.
Check him in. And KM6QLB, Vince.
That big old draw, especially after a wet winter, lots of black sand.
And if I had
it's all just like gold flakes. So
my power would be at my hands when I was 25, anytime I
all
wanted
over
to.
the place. 90% of the gold in California is still there.
Beyond on demand, but then you would go back to being your current?
Yeah, I believe it. Today, though, it doesn't come easy. You actually got to work for it.
Great wisdom and experience. I guess there's a reason to go back.
You know what? It's balance
as always
like
for being out
once
there.
again.
KM6QLG, Phil.
The swimming, a little bit, having fun, do a little bit of this, and don't put anything to it.
This is WCVR continuing on with the club roll call and AM6HC skip.
Understand this whole digital stuff. I figured that would be about it. So, Yankee, back to you, Howard.
It's good to hear from you, Skip. If you want to understand the digital stuff, we'll sit down sometime and figure it all out with you. KN6RCA, David.
RCA coming to you in living color. I have always wanted to
make a YouTube video
and not fly around, but just kind of get several feet off the ground and maybe be able to make other things levitate too, like an antenna tower, and then I could just slip a bolt in. That's what I'd like to do.
29.
You would do with the ability to levitate in place, but I can see the appeal. Would you even need the bolt for the antenna tower, or could you just levitate it and leave it there? Like, that sounds like it's got probably great wind resistance.
It might tire me out if I keep trying to do the same thing, like holding your arm up all day. It would kind of wear on you.
Good to hear you. Thanks for checking in, David. W0HHO, Jim.
Hotel Oscar, Jim in Fairfield, and I wish I had the ability to remember things.
Super memory for Jim. Good to hear you. Thanks for checking in. And 6ETR, Dan.
I'm tuning in late, but it sounds like superpower is a choice. I would probably have to go with teleportation or some kind of quick speed just to get somewhere.
some things. So good to hear you, Dan, as always, and you nailed it. That was the question. For anyone else tuning in late, the question of the day is if you could have one superpower, what would it be? And the next person to answer that question will be WU1Q.
Whatever. I do what
John is John,
trying to express myself.
Like always, you're always a lot of fun. Hi. Anyway, good evening. This is Mitch, WU1 Q Mobile.
In the house.
Good evening,
Good,
everybody.
Raj.
You know, I really like what Dan just said. Yeah, to teleport. But you know what? Truth is, since I was a kid, I've always wanted to fly. And there you go. John, thanks for doing what you're doing. WU1Q, Mitch, somewhere out in the world.
Great sound off the mobile there. You sound really good. KF6, KFQ, Dave.
KFQ, I guess for superpower, I think it was Russ that said he wanted to be able to eradicate disease. I'd like to be able to heal people for any problems.
I love it. I love them, all these altruistic folks. This is what makes you such a special club, special group of people. Thanks for checking in, Dave. I got a courtesy check for Bruce, N6THN, who is out traveling still. That man is an adventurer. And so we'll move on to N6AML, Amal.
So, ready to part one go?
An ADD, Doug.
KC7ADD. I thought I'd like to have the power to heal myself, and then I listened to everybody else, and it sounds like it would be a little bit better to be able to heal others.
You can heal others, you can heal thyself. That's what they say, physician, heal thyself, and I think that you would be able to do both, so appreciate that. Thanks so much for checking in. N6EFR, Bert.
Volvo and Otto. Superpower. Since I only got one eye, I'm probably going to fly with.
Slightly, but I heard teleportation and flying, and those have been popular ones. Good to hear you, as always, Bert. KJ6FMQ, Doris. We got 3 courtesy checks in a row here for KO6HRZ Rob, K6OB Fred, and KM6INR Don. But what about KM6ZUM Jackie?
Jackie here in Vacaville. My superpower I would like would be to have like a built-in universal translator. The science fiction shows, so I'd be able to understand people, and that would erase a lot of misunderstandings.
Universal translator is a nice idea. That's a good one. Break down those communication barriers. That's lovely thought. KN6HTB Doug.
HTB. Currently on Tower Park, so I hope I'm getting in. And my superpower, unfortunately, I'm way down the list, so yes, it would be healing the sick.
We've already got the superpower of great signal with an HT, so we can hear you beautifully. And another vote for Heal the Sick. Love it. Thank you all so much for being so generous and giving. Good to hear you, Doug, as always. KB6WTX Jim.
ATX Jim. Hello, everyone. I think I would like to be able to remember what I had for breakfast.
For regular memory. I had 1 vote for super memory and several votes for regular memory. So good to hear you, Jim. Great signal. Full gliding. One of the most beautiful signals I've heard tonight. Thanks for checking in. KO6CZQ Tom.
John, doing a good job, by the way. Good evening, everybody. This is Tom Vacaville, KO6CZQ. And I've been playing with AI lately, so I asked AI, based on everything it knew about me, what would be my superpower? According to AI, it'd be a techno-visual on the set. That's all I got. Back to you, John.
Omniscience, I'll take that. That's pretty broad, but it sounds really useful. So good to hear you, Tom, as always. N6RIO, John, you out there? For me, it's KB0RB. My superpower, see, I wanted to say something, I wanted to say that I would like to be able to teleport, because that feels like it would give you so many other options. Being able to be anywhere immediately would really open up a lot of things that you could do with that. But now I feel that, and I just want to say I would heal people too. So maybe I could do both. Maybe I could teleport to like Fantastic Voyage kind of style and like cure cancer from inside the body or something. That would be fun. Anyway, that is me. Next up is KO6IUH David.
Selfish and take flight. I've always wanted to fly, and this just think that'd be fun, so sorry. Have a great night.
Wrong with that. This is a fantasy after all, so you can indulge yourself a little bit. Good to hear you, David. Thanks for checking in. This is W6VVR continuing on with the club roll call. We're now to KB0A Brian.
Here from Fairfield.
For a venue for a possible big party. And we've got one option so far, and maybe has any other ideas suggested, get them to me or John. So that's about it. Back to you. Oh, and what would I want to do? I'd love to be able to solder with my eyes. KB0A.
Here, Brian, that's a very unique one. I like to solder with my hands. I would love to be able to do it effectively with my hands. But yeah, good hearing from you. Thanks for checking in. And if anybody does have holiday venue ideas, shoot them over to me and Brian. We are looking. We have a few we're exploring, but we got a little time there. Next up is KO6KHE Jared, our guy in Engwin.
Kilo Oscar 6, Kilo Teleco, and Engwin Jared. I'm gonna have to go with. I've always wanted to teleport, but to be honest, I've recently been thinking about this, and telekinesis sounds like a really cool thing to have. But yeah, other than that, everyone have a good night. 7-3.
Telekinesis does sound fun. The ability to make other stuff do what you want, not just what you want, not just make yourself do what you want to do. So that's kind of cool. KJ6DLF, you might be at another club meeting. You out there, Chris?
Okay.
Station for structure fire, Vista Sonoma.
You're all static, but I heard you. I could tell that was Chris sounding static, so I'm going to check you in, and we'll catch up again later. Thanks for being out there. And I'll check in Carol as well. What about KO6ERD Rich?
Echo Romeo. Great question. I would like the ability to slow down or stop time. Like things often move too quickly and want to live more in the moment. So that would be my power. Back to you.
It's a lovely thought. I think we could all stand to do that once in a while. Take care of yourself, Rich. Good to hear you. W6MAV Mike.
Mike in Vacaville along with 86LAZ. And he just stole mine. I want to be able to manipulate time. A lot of good doing that.
Another vote for time warp, time control, we'll call it. So good to hear you, Mike. Thanks for being out there. KNGST Sandy.
Engine 8, Truck 1, Rescue 1.
Land in El Cerrito tonight. Hey, listen, the time travel thing is really what I want, because I want to see what's in the future before there. Have a good night, everybody. KN6GST.
Townview Lane, South Ranch Road.
Very good. Good to hear you, Sandy. Another vote for time travel. And last on the roll call is K6RDW Ross.
here, K6RDW, portable here in Vacaville, and I would like the ability to bring back the dead.
And thanks for checking in, Ross. Good to hear you. With that, do we have any other late or missed club members? Late or missed club members? If you're in the club and you didn't hear your name, please come now.
WB6 WYF.
It's been a while since I heard you out here, Mike. Good to hear you as always. Let's check you in. What would your superpower of choice be?
My first one. I'd like to be Superman.
And good to hear you, Mike, as always. Any other late or missed club members? Club members, please come now.
QLG from Vacaville.
Phil, Cam 6QLG. What would your superpower of choice be, Phil?
All insurance. If it's anything, it's personal.
301
after a couple of spine surgeries,
301
around like
Morgan Street, K Street, Control 4, repeating Control 4, 2027.
Wrong with that. Thanks for checking in. Do we have any other late or missed club members? Please come now.
That works fine, but the up at CCY DCM. 1, 2.
Nothing heard. My favorite part of the evening, visitor check-ins. It's time for the visitors. Visitors, if you're out there, join us. You're on AllStar, you're in a far-flung place like Albuquerque, New Mexico, or you just passing by, driving through the area. We'd love to hear from you. Please give your call sign, name, location, and if you have anything for the net, like the answer to our question, which as a reminder was if you could have any superpower, what would it be? Do we have any visitors this evening?
He dug in Lodi.
The other night. Oh, India Bravo, do I have that right?
Don't have any traffic for the net, and the only superpower I have in mind right now is to be able to reach any net, anywhere.
1407 Townview Avenue, Santa Rosa, Unit 401.
It seems like this is your first time checking in with us. I want to give you a hearty welcome to this net, and thanks for being out there. I love when we have new people join us. Good to hear you, Doug. We're a lunch club to you. If you're ever in the area, we'd love to host you. Come say hi. Any other visitors out there, please come now.
This is Kilo Mike 6, Uniform, Quebec, Zach, transmitting via Echo Link from Albuquerque, New Mexico. No traffic for this evening, and if I were to have a superpower, my superpower would be to teleport. Back to you, over.
Engine 6, Medic 540, Med 6, vehicle versus...
I feel like my superpower of clairvoyance was on full display. I could just tell there was going to be a visitor who dialed in from Albuquerque, New Mexico. It's always great to hear you, Zach. Thanks so much for being out there. You're our furthest flung net joiner. We love to hear from you. Thanks for exercising that all-star node, being out there, and being part of the club. We love to hear from you. Another road for teleportation. I'll mark that down. Do we have any other visitors out there? Visitors, please come now.
8:30 p.m.
Visitors, I'm not talking to people like you. How's it going, Chris? What's up, buddy? What's your superpower of choice?
The canyon, but yeah, I'm here, leaving Yountville, checking in with the visitors. I can't seem to get into my own stuff, but my power would be fly like Superman.
Drive, Santa Rosa. Control 4, repeating Control 4, 20.
Yeah, I was giving you some, but thanks for being out there. Glad your signal cleared up. I had already checked you in, but I got your superpower now, so now I know you're another Superman. I already think you're a Superman, Chris. You're a super guy. Any other visitors out there? Visitors, please come now.
What I was doing, once again, that it was complaining like that.
I want to thank everybody for making this our second most active net of the year.
second only to February 17th, where we had 43 check-ins. This evening we had 42 check-ins, so we were down by one, but that's a good active net. Glad everybody's coming back from all their vacations and various travels. It's good to see that everybody's getting out and that you've got stuff going on, but we always love to hear you back here at your home on the W6CVR Club Net. So with that, is there anything else for the net before we close out this evening?
Medical aid, Walla.
Nothing heard with that. This is W6VR closing the club net for the evening. Returning the repeater to normal operations. I am super changing back into KB0RB. This is John saying thanks for checking in. Hope to hear you again next week, and 73 to all.
Tried it with this. But, that's like
Pacific Drive, Highway 1 at Pacific Drive, Walla. Control 2, 2032.
Had a couple balls to play with. And then on there, totally looked at like, oh, that's good to know.
Copy 540.
Right, let's try. Yeah, all right.
Battalion 2, notification only. Vehicle versus multiple pedestrians. 957 Yulupa Avenue, 957 Yulupa Avenue, Santa Rosa. 2033. SR 27 at 2033. Medic 527, post 26. .41, post 4.
Put out a lot of RS. RS. Yeah, we'll think about it. I'm here at a line. It's stress.
CLS 583 requested for medical aid at Start 3, 301 6th Street, 301 6th Street, Santa Rosa. Morgan Street, A Street, Control 3, correction, Control 4, 2035.
Yeah, anybody still on?
Nick, good to hear you there, bud. I'm going to step out the side and everybody. I didn't hear fire, but back. WA6KLK, WAAM, whoever else is in there.
BLS 586 requested to a medical aid at Women and Children's Shelter, 1048 Bob Rose Drive, 1048 Bob Rose Drive, Santa Rosa, Clover Drive, West College Avenue, Control 4, getting Control 4, 2014. Station 1, medical aid, Brookdale, Windsor. Medic 683, difficulty breathing, 907 Adele Drive, 907 Adele Drive, Windsor. Unit 33 at Brookdale, Windsor. Brook Road South, Control 2, 2043.
N9 ready to get back to the outlet.
Buen amigo Martínez y
Open mic on REDCOM.
543, go ahead.
Check your mic. Medic 515, post 10. Next 540 requested code 2 for smoke and light, 1407 Townview Avenue, 1407 Townview Avenue, Santa Rosa, Unit 401 at Vista, Sonoma, Control 3, 2048. Medic 515, code 5. Medic 620 out of service transfer 2049.
And 6KEN testing 1, 2, 3.
It's working. You're full quieting into the repeater. KO6 HPD.
Thank you for coming back for the signal report. And 6KEN clear.
Coast Light support, medical aid, Point Arena. Medic 122, AFib, 285 Lake Street, 285 Lake Street, Point Arena, across the Main Street, Control 2, 2050.
122 responders. 285 Lake Street, 285 Lake Street, Point Arena. 82-year-old female, also heart problem. Run number 628 at 2050.
Santa Rosa Station 3, medical aid, Park Station Apartment. Medic 515. Difficulty breathing. 2055 Range Avenue. 2055 Range Avenue, Santa Rosa. Unit 325 Park Station Apartments. Edwards Avenue, Burnville Road. Control 3, 2053. Medic 541 is 5. FedEx 525, you're clear for Alpha status.
It is 9 p.m.
Medic 576, possible stroke 14,910, Canyon City Road 14910, Canyon City Road call 22106.
Five 1-3+4.
N8WCR.
1.
Santa Rosa, Station 8, medical aid, AA best care.
Neo Canyon 6. Additionally, if there's a numeric.
1471 responding. 14,910. Canyon 6. 14910. Appears to be the first property off of Canyon 7.
Medical 1-3. Fall with a back injury at AA best care. 857 Hearn Avenue. 857 Hearn Avenue, Santa Rosa. Room 16, Victoria Drive, Dutton Avenue. Control 3, 2108.
No, es que hay que ajustarlo. Hay que ajustarlo bien.
Call 2. 4 or 5. You can cancel the CAL FIRE response. Copy, 1471, you can cancel.
N4 NJJ.
122 on page 2111.
K6EGG. Hey, you back at the hotel?
I am way earlier than I thought.
Right on. You know, I guess if both of us weren't up at the ass crack of dawn, I'd come meet you over there and go to the... Well, I guess you can't. Well, they got that little circle bar down there.
M82, medic 542. Vehicle accident. 5381 Spot Road. 5381 Spot Road.
I'm actually not that tired. I fell asleep pretty quick last night. I woke up a little later than I thought, which I got a little more sleep than I thought. And by the way, the view of my room here is amazing. I get to see the Red Rock mountain there, so when the sun is rising, it's beautiful.
Which repeater are you on? 325?
Yeah, Angel.
Are you able to switch to Centennial 375? I'm just curious what the AB comparison is. I'm actually surprised you're getting an Angel.
What was the last three?
445, 375. 375.
Okay, let me check.
WV3V Mobile. Hey, Jason, what's up?
Yeah, not too much. I am heading downtown to sell one of my radios at this late hour of the night, believe it or not. I was contemplating selling one of my QRP rigs, my Elecraft KH1, so I took and posted it on QRZ, and literally within 15 seconds I had a gentleman come back and say, hey, I'm interested, I'm in Las Vegas, let's make a deal. And I was like, okay.
That's crazy. Well, hopefully you're back in. I don't know if you're going downtown, I don't know. But I guess we got that other one coming, so got to clear the herd a little bit, I guess.
Exactly.
All this time I thought a ham would never have enough radios, KK7 VGQ. That's true. But yeah, that 891 that Greg had, that I've never done 100 watts like that in the field, and I guess that does make all the difference. Well, and also having that nice antenna like you have, Jason.
Definitely works, and I would agree. You can never have too many radios, but
sometimes you just can't operate them all. And me being kind of a QRP guy, this one, it's a great radio. I mean, it's perfect for POTA SOTA, probably more suited to SOTA, but I just don't use it enough. Like, I've got other radios, and the G90 up there for a while has been the primary radio, so it's okay. You know, sometimes you just gotta sell one to buy another one.
Well, I guess it's hold up. Greg, are you back? Were you able to switch to the other frequency, the other site?
Yeah, do you have me? Where's the site at?
It's about 3.5 miles north of you, due north of you. Well, maybe 4.5. You sound a lot better on this one.
Control 275.
That's coming in better, too. I thought Angel was the closest one for me, so I didn't know. I got to look up that map.
Yeah, look up the map, and you'll see. Anyways, and Bob, I don't mean to leave you out. I know you chimed in there. But what was I going to say? Oh, Jason, were you able to do a post-mortem on that G90? Is it completely fried or whatever?
I haven't. Unfortunately, I haven't yet. Work, and then coming home tonight, getting kind of stuff squared away. So yeah, I haven't even taken a look at it. Probably this weekend.
Okay. Of course, he would conk out on you with the massive international audience of the K6EGG media empire. Do you get a lot of international people, Greg?
I get a lot of UK and quite a lot of Australia that don't seem to chime in, but I see them on my views.
Yeah, I guess that's a dumb question because you got Colin there in VK land. So, let's see. Bob, I don't know if you met Greg. He's a YouTuber and he's been visiting here in town last night and today. So, Bob, meet Greg. Greg, meet Bob. Go ahead, Bob.
I think I've spoken to him once or twice, and then I was in his chat a while back. So I watch his channel. Greg, this is KK7 VGQ. And it's an honor to speak with you. I guess you guys had a great time yesterday. Sorry I missed it. I was in the middle of a bunch of personal stuff that I had to get squared away.
Occupied.
Thanks for watching. I appreciate it. Can I get the call again? I'm sorry, man.
Kilo 7, Victor Golf, Quebec.
Thanks, Bob. I appreciate it. Yeah, I remember. Good to hear you. And, yeah, you guys know about him, call.
Back to you, Bill. I'm just going to quietly listen in on your conversations.
We got a voyeur in our midst. I don't know. I don't have a whole lot to say. I has nose deep, eye deep in our fiscal year ended June 30th. But all the reports and stuff, they make us wait 6 weeks just in case, stuff comes in or whatever. So I've been doing those reports, and we had our finance council meeting today, and so did that, and then I got another one for the other site later this week. So that's what I've been doing. So I've just been spreadsheets and all that in my head. So nothing actually interesting or public airwave type stuff. So I don't know. Over to you, WV3V. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's all good, Bill. I heard you guys in there. Thought I would just drop a few cents. Almost where I need to be. Getting off here on Sahara. So yeah, the gentleman that's buying the radio, he's from Poland, of all things. Came into town for something or another, and then ended up being from California, I guess. So he's kind of California to Vegas, and then.
Sounds an awful lot like a sound engineer we know.
Right. All right, let me clear with you. I need to navigate Sahara here. It's looking good. WV3V.
All right. Get to VG. I can be here. Interesting. So, Greg, I've been, what time are you headed out in the morning? Behind the scenes, just doing some stuff for, I didn't announce it because I've got some sad hams that would like nothing better than me to have not gotten to where I've gotten, because I guess they have a couple race cars out there. But I have been duly qualified to be a member of the safety safari out at the racetrack and drag track out at there in North Las Vegas. It's been a few months coming, and like I said, I've stayed quiet because don't you know that I've got some critics, and I don't think they want to know that I'll be an official out there. You know, I don't have any critics. I mean, somebody's listening or watching, so it's all good. I like bad critics too, because that way I know I'm actually getting out. I was going to say, you doing ham radio, right? We all got critics. Oh, well. But, yeah, that's good for you, Bob. I didn't know you were into, are you into, like, car racing and stuff? Is that what got you into that, or more, because I know you were one of Corpman or something. Or is it more because of that aspect? What got you interested in that?
Just put Vegas on. Hi, Bill.
Oh, no. There goes the neighborhood. Good evening, Rick.
Guys, for the mayor. Boys, I was talking to Dave over here in Texas. I said, there's Bill.
Yeah, we were out here talking too. We got a little group going out here. Bob, I guess, he got certified or something here. I've been a big NASCAR fan, but it actually came from volunteering out there for the I'm going to draw a blank now. Don't get old. It's overrated. It's an organization out there that raises money for youth, and that's how I got hooked up with it. And then because you have my medical background in the Navy, I figured it was a perfect match. So it takes a while to get to where I finally got. I could volunteer, couldn't be in the pits, couldn't be on any of the equipment, but I could still, shuffle the drivers around and stuff like that. And then slowly I was putting this part together to become part of the rescue team out there. So I will be, when the race comes up here in October, in the pits, and I'll be in charge of medical and fire suppression.
Hello, Bob. Hello, Bob. Hello, Bill. I'm not sure who else is in Vegas. I'm here, Carl, and Dave from Texas. He was originally from Buffalo.
Oh, I remember the guy from Texas who's originally from Buffalo. Hey, Rick, real quick, do I have it? All right, so, Rick, your buddy, the Eggman, who you always say, oh, he never answers me, he's on the radio right now, so I want you to say hello to Greg, Rick.
Greg, and how are you? Welcome, welcome.
Always listen, never talk, and I'm actually coming through the air, sitting in my hotel room in Summerlin right now, my HD, on my ID52, so good to talk to you through the air.
When I get a chance, I do enjoy your videos.
Thank you for, don't take this the wrong way. I like to listen to the scanner before you fall asleep, so good to hear you on here.
You're a little bit hot on your audio, though.
One of the guys last time I was here told me to turn up my audio. I wonder who that guy is, Bill.
Oh, that was Dan, because he doesn't have the audio calibrated correctly on the 3.9 machine, and he won't admit it. He's an engineer and doesn't want us non-engineers to tell him that he's doing something wrong. There's doers and there's talkers. Anyway, yeah, no, your audio is like almost distorting, so. Rick, I think he's calling you like Delilah or something. He falls asleep listening to you.
Not as sexy as sounding as hers.
Got my audio here. Is this better?
Back off just more, but it's getting there.
All right, I dropped it another notch here. It should be pretty good. This is where I had it before, and it seemed to be okay.
Perfect. I'll let you guys say hi to Dave in Texas.
Hello, Dave in Texas.
Okay, I think you said Bob. Bob out there in the Vegas bubble? Yeah, you probably got, I didn't count how many bubbles are connected now there, Rick. It's probably close to 50 with the Vegas side.
They're among the missing, and then all of a sudden you guys just popped right in there. It was good. I knew you were disconnected, probably because of our issues on this end for a while.
Yeah, well, the problem with those kind of issues is it can turn into a cancer and spread, you know what I mean? So sometimes you just gotta go apart separate ways and all that, but yeah. Anyway, I was going to ask you something, but I don't remember what it was. I'll think of it later.
Problem. So Dave, that's Bill, and they got Bob in there, and then Greg's in there, and Greg does a podcast on YouTube.
Come on, Greg. You're a celebrity in these parts.
I doubled. I'm sorry.
I heard busting your chops. I said, you gotta say something. You're a celebrity in these parts. Everybody's gonna want to talk to you. Say something.
You're the celebrity. You're the one that got the all the repeaters named after you. And the only activity I hear out here, it's good. There's more activity out here on repeaters than there is in Los Angeles. We have the nets that go from 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. and they freak out if they go past 8:01 a.m. So there's not much going on. So it's good to hear a lot of folks out here chatting here all night, all day.
End up being #1 a lot of times on All-Star.
There's another AllStarLink I used to listen to. It was out of Puget Sound, but it's like kind of died out. And I see you guys up. That's how I think I found the repeater system was All-Star, I believe. I saw the activity like in the middle of the night.
Sometimes this goes 24 hours a day.
Well, it's been interesting.
And I found my
it's not us out here on this end, it's you guys, but, you know, because of the issue you guys have had, things have been not always connected, and if anything, it's been more active on this side. It's like they were waiting for you guys to go away. It's kind of funny, but, yeah, no, it's just been interesting, the amount of activity lately.
Then we're okay. baffle me. They don't make logical sense. Why get into something where you're going to talk and they don't want to talk? I don't know.
I do like to listen a lot.
Yeah, we're your version of Delilah.
It is 9:30 p.m.
And I'm duplexing, if you want to call it. I'm listening. I remoted into my my 9700 right now at home, and I'm listening to that radio connected to the AllStar node, and it's only about a second and a half delayed. It's not that bad.
Did you see that all the stuff you're connected to? Oh, it's the ham radio 2.0 guy. That's why. What the heck's going on here?
So, you can make repeaters busy like this. Everybody can do it. Dave in Texas, do you have any active repeaters in your area? I may have asked you before.
Yeah, we probably got maybe 6 or 7 repeaters within range of my radio, not a handheld necessarily. I got a roof antenna, and we got at least two fusion repeaters. We had a DMR repeater. It went off the air, but what we were going to try to do is get our club repeater. It's a standalone, linked up to AllStar. But the guy who runs it, the trustee, he's kind of up in the age, and he's got some challenges. He's got some medical challenges with himself and his girlfriend and stuff, and his family. It's a city water tower, believe it or not. It's grandfathered. Long story about that. We can get in and out of there as long as we kind of let them know. But getting in and out of there, we do have electricity, but we don't have internet, so we'd have to run an RF link to link it. Just getting that stuff put in is hard to do in the heat of the summer. 98 degrees inside of an air-conditioned metal shell is difficult. But anyway, we want to do that, but yeah, we got a half a dozen or so analog repeaters reachable, and some digital ones too. I use hotspots and AllStar and DD switch for all that stuff now.
And I get my DD switch to work. And then there's another one, QSO 1. I haven't really tried to get that to work, but I did download. Anybody have any luck with any of those?
Sure. I got QSO 1 running on my Android. I can get it on AllStarLink if I want to. The issue with that is it doesn't have a real good. I mean, it's got better than most voice vocoding. Yeah, there's the QSO 1 and there's Vox DMR, and then there's the Shark RF M1KE. That thing is real popular. I don't have one of those. They're like $500 or something. I don't need that. I got plenty of stuff. But yeah, so yeah, we can get on digital, we can get on analog, and a number of stuff, and that stuff just keeps coming out.
Seems to. I don't know. The only thing I can get to work is Echolink. That's about it. Go ahead, Vegas. KC2XD in the group.
I want to try the QSO 1, but I went to download it the other day, but I didn't realize it's Android only. So I guess I can put that on maybe I'll do that tonight. Is it easy to get the the digital ones going as far as P25 and DMR and all that? Is that easy to configure on there for those who've done it? I guess, was it Dave in Texas? I forgot. Texas guy, go ahead.
Yeah, Bob, I think that's Bob. Sure, it does YSF real good, great way to test it is with Kansas City wide. It's real easy to load. It's real easy to configure. I think all it does is ask for your call sign. Now, if you're a DMR user, you put in your DMR ID, and you can get on Brandmeister and TGIF, and it does. I'd have to look and see what it all does. I'm not sure if it does the other digitals yet. Let me fire it up and look.
Well, I just went through and this last week I created a P25 for the Sin City because Jeremy's got the DMR and Fusion. I think it's Fusion. DMR and Fusion. For sure the DMR going on the Barra side. And the thing is, if everybody and their brother starts doing that, then you create loops and stuff. And I know the Brandmeister people do not want you affiliating with TGIF and all that, so I put it on the other hub because we basically got so much activity now. We got two different hubs, and so I was going to try to experiment with the P25 to see how that goes. But yeah, no, if you could let me know about the QSO1 if it does the P25, I'd be really curious.
Yeah, let me look up the networks here. In fact, I was going to get on Jeremy's DMR here in a second. Yeah, let me bring up the networks list here, and I'll tell you what they are.
Hey, Bill, have you tried repeater phone yet for Apple?
Link. And there's IIX Direct. I haven't figured that out, but I'm sure it has something to do with... you can set it up to work with hams over IP as well as
Static 120 available.
Probably DV switch and ASL because they use IIX. It has M17. It has DMR. Supports Brandmeister and TGIF, and then YSF. I'll say most of the YSF stuff. You kind of have to know ahead of time. You'd have to look up what YSF reflector you want to hit, but yeah, it supports YSF real well. Let me see if I can get Brandmeister going over there to Jeremy's. I just have to look up the trunk group number because he's got it transcoded to TG, TG with his call sign and not the trunk group number. It's kind of amusing there.
Look at the bubble. Oh my gosh. I don't even know how many nodes we have linked in here. There's a whole bunch. All of a sudden we just got tons of bubbles and I can't even count. There's too many. We're all over the place.
Yeah, I feel sorry for the people listening to us. Great question. I didn't catch it though. What was it?
Have you tried repeater phone for Apple?
Negative. Oh, no, I have it on my phone. I tried it years and years ago, probably 5 or 6 years ago during COVID, but it was kind of, I don't know, I never could get it to work. It's probably better now. And I hope I'm fine.
That's pretty solid now. I can usually, if I want to talk to somebody somewhere, I can I could set my AllStar node to that, whatever note the repeater's on, and then I just remote into my AllStar node via repeater phone. So it works kind of like two ways.
Okay, yeah, no, I gotta try it out. I have that on my phone. I got the Filipino club I'm part of, the NA7LV group. Everybody picked up these Sonims. They're like a Chinese first, what's that AT&T thing, FirstNet? And what I like about that is it actually has a dedicated PTT on it. And it actually has two PTTs, so you could have like Zello trigger on one, or Echo Sync, and then the other you can have AllStar, or well, the DV switch is what I use. And it works pretty good. That's how I drive. I mean, Rick's heard me. I've driven from Vegas to LA and back And other than really that, what is that, Mountain Springs, I think it's called out there, or no, Summit Pass, you know, right where that rare earth mine is, just past the state line. And you're in California before you get on that straightaway where the rest stop's been shut down for years and years. Other than that, I mean, I got the $200 whiz-bang Mint Mobile thing, and it's been great because you can just travel everywhere, and then I get a second number, and I've been using that number for some business-type stuff, side business things. So, anyways, the DV switch is what I use.
Almost in every single state in the United States, there's a repeater hooked up or known to us.
This is Dave talking to the Buffalo Nose to Jeremy's truck with that Brandmeister, and I'm QSO1.
586 plus 4.
N6WPU disconnected.
A little bit robotic.
Where'd everybody go? Is that you, Jeremy? That said you heard me?
7 VGQ.
Bob in Vegas, you're breaking up. I don't know where Jeremy was. He was in here a bit ago.
I'm hearing him on the DStar, the DMR. Yeah, you sound robotic. I mean, you sound like you're on DMR, but you're there.
Yeah, some of the mic gain's got to be fixed. I'll switch off of this. Yeah, I think I got it too loud. So
Clear the hospital.
every time he comes out with an update, you got to go through your settings. I can tell you right now, I'm probably too loud. Anyway, I got a question for Jeremy. I'm going to switch back to AllStar.
Buddy, you do a pop-up now with all these stations. Really should see who can come back. I don't have any paper or pen. I do it. Somebody should do a pop-up now with so many connections.
I'm trying to figure out how to do a bridge to SDX-Link. That's another network. That's a pretty good network. And I think you can get traffic from them if you want any. There's only about 20 nodes on it. It started out in England and France, whatever. The guy in England runs it. I have a node on it. The audio is pretty good. Right now, the only traffic they get is stuff that's bridged to ECR or boredom breakers, but I think you guys would be a good addition to it.
Well, if you can, check the bubble on AllStar. You won't believe it.
Yeah, there's so many bubbles they go off the screen.
We got connected to it. It's interesting. It's fascinating. We're all over the place. I don't know if they're enjoying us. They haven't left any of them.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how they're connected.
I guess he was, if he's going to try the QSO1, the one place to try to get, there's a lot of traffic on Kansas City-wide. So if you get to you press the networks button, you'll figure out real quick. And YSF, you just type in KCW and it tells you which reflector you can connect to. You can hunt it numerically or by name. If the reflector has the name listed, KCW is one that does.
Hey, Bill.
I was just trying to figure out, because there's so many bubbles on here, which node is connected to all these nodes? Who is it?
Figured it out.
Is it you?
Someone connected to me, and I'm connected to you guys.
Hey, well, see, Rick, I our midst here tonight. You may be the mayor, but we got a celebrity YouTuber. And suddenly we're all over. Let's look at this. Topeka, Kansas, Texas. Let's do a pop-up net. Should we do a pop-up Operation Crew Chunk pop-up net here, Rick?
I think you should do that, Bill. I will let you do it because I don't have paper and pen here. I should go get some, but yeah, I don't know if any of these will listen. I mean, if they'll respond, but go ahead. Let's see what happens.
Hey, Bill, it's probably, I would say it's probably Greg, because he's probably connected in down to Jason Ham 2.0, his node, which is 43136, I think.
Requesting agency assist, environmental.
Do it, Bill, before anybody disconnects.
4th Street at 15th Street, Santa Rosa.
Hold on. I gotta get NetLogger going here, Rick, for TFB, who will go listen to the tapes later.
Somebody from Washington connected to me that's connected to that 2.0 net.
Do it so you pile up. You might get nobody but us, or you might get a big pile up.
651345.
All right, well, let's see.
The number in their call sign, KG7RNB.
I think it's the PNR. It's probably the PNR group up in Washington.
They call districts, like 1s and 2s and 3s.
Glade, Martin Way, St. Martin.
All right, what the heck? Let's do a pop-up net. If you can hear my voice, call in. Say hello. And yeah, I'll probably do it by call district. I got pop-up net running on NetLogger. So let's see. Let's start call area. I like the call area, but I don't know who you're going to get. So let's just try it. What does Martin call it? The Great North American Pop-Up Net. Please call N4NJJ now. KK7 VGQ on the pop-up net.
Oh, Charlie 2 X-Ray Delta pop-up net.
KJ7RNB pop-up net.
K6EGG pop-up net.
Medic 540
Pop-up net.
November 2 United Golf Sierra pop-up net. Whiskey Victor 3 Victor pop-up net.
BYU.
N1 OG.
All right, let's hold up there. Hold up there. Okay. I want to welcome, acknowledge, I think it's KK4YHT, KK7VGQ, KC2XB, KJ7RNB, K6EGG, N2UGS, WV3VKA8BYU, G, I'm guessing that's Paul. I'm logging up on NetLogger for those that might be interested. If you did try attempting calling in there on that first go-around, but I didn't get you on the list, please call now, and only those who already attempted to get in. Okay, because I thought I heard 2 stations that were trying to get in, but didn't hear you. So, are there any corrections on the calls, the ones I just called out, before we keep taking more? Okay. Anybody else want to check in on the Great North American Pop-Up Net? This is N4NJJ out of Las Vegas. No purpose to this net other than to see who's up and awake and on the air. If you'd like to check in, please call N4NJJ now.
November Whiskey 9 Foxtrot.
WA1 DXP.
Okay. I think is it November Whiskey 1 Vodka? I think that's what you said. Did I get that right?
November Whiskey 9 Foxtrot. Gay.
I have no idea where I got the vodka from. My mistakes there, Dave. And we got Whiskey Alpha 1 Delta X-Ray Tango, is that correct?
Whiskey Alpha 1 Delta X-Ray Papa.
Man, I keep this up, they're going to confuse me with Greg. All right, thanks for being there. Anybody else want to join the Great North American Pop-Up Net, please call in for NJJ now.
Take that tie-in.
All right, good evening, Paul. We got 12 on the log right now. One I know for sure is mobile, so I'm going to toss it over to the mobile station first. Jason, you got any traffic, any comments or anything interesting to say? WV3V, it's all yours from N4 NJJ.
N4 NJJ, WV3V in the Great American, or Great North American Pop-Up Net. No net needed. Successful transaction, radio sold, and heading back to the QTH. Thanks for holding an impromptu net, WV3V Mobile.
Copy that. Glad we didn't have to send a rescue party to get you. And we'll catch you and drive safe. Let's go up to, let's see, who? KK4YHT. Their net logger saying your name's Jeff, I think. Go ahead, KK4YHT. It's all yours from N4NJ.
That is correct, sir. My name is Jeff. Rather new to the Las Vegas area, just kind of get back into the radio, so thanks for having the net and let me join. Back to you, sir, in the net.
Okay, yeah, you're throwing me off because it's showing Las Vegas, but then county is Collier and Grid Square is an Echo Lima. So I was like, wait a minute, and I'm a little confused. So I did some schooling out that way north of where you're from, up in Pasco County. Thanks for being there, and yeah, there's a lot of interesting things happening on ham radio out here in Vegas, so welcome to the area. You can always send me an email if you got any questions or just need info. Let's go to KK7VGQ, also in Vegas. Go ahead, Bob.
Thank you very much, Bill. KK7VGQ. I love these pop-up nets. It gives you a chance to see who else is out there and how they're getting in. Right now I'm coming through DV Switch, and I'm enjoying the Great American Pop-Up Net. I remember back Thanksgiving, oh God, I can't even speak. N4NJJ did a Thanksgiving one that we got quite a few people with. So I hope a few more people chime in. Back to you, Bill. KK7VGQ.
That's right. I've done the National Turkey Baster Net, and I've done the Barrett Tech Net on Wednesday, Thanksgiving Eve. Let's go to Buffalo now and see what's going on with the mayor of Buffalo, KC2XD.
KC2XD, come out, you bubbles, wake up and check in. Good to hear. It was sort of an interesting experiment to have these many people listening to us. And we're in Buffalo on the mighty 444, always connected to Sin City system out there in Las Vegas. We're the East-West Coast connection, I guess. Back to you, Bill. KC2XD.
Yeah, copy that, Rick. Thanks for being there, and of course, serving as the mayor. We'll go over to Steve, the best club secretary a president could ever have. KJ7RMB. What's going on? I haven't talked to you in a while.
Yeah, not much. I'm in Nevada, so that's I came back just to experience the heat. Coming from Encinitas, spent a month there at 74 degrees, but I'll go back. And I just downloaded NetLogger because I've never used it. Am I supposed to be able to see what you're doing on NetLogger? And if so, how do I do that? Do you know?
You're going to get TFB out here. Yeah, you should be able to go. If you look for, it's called Pop-Up Net on 42230, because this was literally a pop-up net and just kind of make it up as you go. You should be able to do that, and then you should be able to monitor, view the net, and then you can see the check-ins, and I think it shows you where I'm scrolling. But did you get that far? Were you able to find where there's the drop-down menu where it says net?
28715 River Road.
Well, first I need to know what that acronym was, what that means.
Which acronym?
I don't know, TPTF or something?
I don't think you need that. You just need to go find the pop-up net. On the top of it, there's a drop-down menu for nets, so you can follow along. You know who knows this stuff better than I do is Jeremy. Jeremy, can you help talk him through it real quick?
I sure can. All right, after you get NetLogger set up, make sure your call's in there. Set it up for your call, your location, your club. Connect it to QRZ if you choose to do so, and then if you connect it to QRZ, then the name of the contacts and the address and the location will pop up. If you just want to monitor what's going on, there's five blue buttons up at the top, and if you press the button that says select net, another window will pop up, and there's 3 nets going on right now, one of them being the top-up net on 4223, so you put your cursor over that one, highlight it, and then at the bottom left, press monitor net, and then you'll see all the stations that Bill's logged in for tonight. I hope that covered. And to use yes, Jeremy.
That was excellent. Thank you very much. Great instructions. KJ7RNB73, everyone. I listen a lot, and I enjoy the conversations, and it's a great system, and I like being part of it. KJ7RNB73.
Thank you, Steve, for stopping by. And like the old instant messenger, AIM, and I don't know if you're on I think you must be on a computer, but I see you're online now, but there's like an AIM, like a instant messenger feature as well, which can be handy for net controls, especially if you're like having a hard time making out somebody's call and someone else catches it, they can, help you message. So click on that, you can see a message in there, or you can message in there to test it out. But anyway, Steve, thanks for being there, and appreciate the participation. Let's see if there's anybody else out there who wants to join us on the great North American pop-up net. No real purpose other than we just popped up. Please call in for Andrew now. Okay, well, we'll keep going, and we'll take another call out there in a second. Let's go over to 200, 400 miles east of Los Angeles, K6, EGG. Go ahead, Greg.
I got no traffic for the net. This is probably the biggest net I've ever checked into. K6EGG, sitting in my hotel in Summerlin.
You sound great into that. I was surprised you got into Angel Peak from the Mandalay Bay, and then I'm almost more surprised from that other hotel there. So, anyway, thanks for being there, Greg, and everybody go subscribe to K6EGG on YouTube. Let's go down to Jeremy up in Buffalo, or I guess up about Jeremy and up in Buffalo. N2UGS, go ahead.
Well, hello, folks, and it's going to be tough to follow after a celebrity there. Good evening, this is Jeremy.
Yeah, I don't know if you dropped out or what, but good evening, Jeremy. How are things going for you this? I guess you're in a new day, at least from my old day.
Sorry, we have commercials going on. Well, this is NTUGS, known as Jeremy from Buffalo, in New York, connected to the Great American Pop-Up Net through AllStar node 52515. Here in Buffalo, it's partly cloudy, 72 degrees tonight. We're experiencing a bunch of humidity. There's a chance of thunderstorms later today with a high around 77. Thanks for having Buffalo on the net. And NTUGS, back to net control.
All right, Jerry, thanks for being there. And the weather report. Next was Jason, who we got because he was mobile. I want to make sure he transacted his transaction there safely. So we already got Jason. Let's go down to Mr. Brigham Young University himself, KA8 BYU. Go ahead, Roy.
Good evening, Bill, and everybody on the pop-up net, KA8 BYU. Yeah, more fun than frolic here. Just had to go down and assist the ambulance crew taking a resident out to the hospital. So I just got back up here just in time for the start of the pop-up net. It's never dull here, that's for sure. And I'm just sitting here with the kids and trying to relax. Back to you.
Well, thanks for being there, Roy, and giving us the ambulance update at the home over there. And when people start complaining in Discord, just say, Rick put me up to it. It's all Rick's idea. He egged me on. All right, let's go to N1OG. I think that is it, and I might have got it wrong. It looks like you might be in Texas. N1OG, go ahead from N400J. We'll give one more, because I don't know if I got that right. N1OG, are you there?
Yeah, this is N1OG. I am here.
BLS 586 requesting medical aid at Gerson Casino, 288.
Okay, Paul, welcome. You might be on some kind of digital thing, but anyways, welcome to the Great North American Pop-Up Net. We don't really have much of a purpose. What do you got for the net tonight? How are things out there? It looks like you're in Texas. How are things out there in Texas?
Well, I am actually in Montesano at Huntsville, Alabama, so I'm not in Texas. Texas, that's just where I get my mail. So that's my QRZ address. But yeah, I'm full-time RV life, traveling around the country. Currently spending the summer in Rochelle, Illinois.
Medic 543, post 26.
And I don't know, I'm connecting through AllStar, and I heard you guys calling for check-in, so I figured I'd throw my call sign out there.
Okay. I see here on YouTube, November 1, Oscar Grouch is, that's a memorable YouTube channel, so I already hit the subscribe button. I'll have to check your stuff out. Mine's not very original, I'm just at N4NJJ. But anyway, thanks for being there, and I think you said you're in Huntsville. I'm assuming you're going for the Huntsville Ham Fest. Is that where you're going?
Yes, affirmative. Yeah, I do have a YouTube. It is a channel that may or may not be applicable to all people. It is somewhat ham radio adjacent. I do skydiving and traveling and parachute mobile, you know, so skydiving with the radio. Looking forward to the Huntsville Ham Fest and hopefully lots of parachute mobile here. Making contacts with people on the ground while we're up. Myself and Kilo Niner Oscar Lima, Carlos. We're gonna be jumping it, and so yeah, we're here. Well, I'm here. Carlos will be here on Thursday, but yeah, I'm here.
Okay, well, all right, copy that. Well, thanks for being there. We have a little bit of some packing or something going on, but thanks for hopping on the net tonight and joining us on this great North American pop-up net. Yeah, I'm going to check out some of this stuff, the solid parachute videos, so that's going to be interesting to watch. I'll check some of this out later. Anyway, thanks for being there. Let's keep moving. Next is November Whiskey 8 Fox. Somehow I got vodka out of that. I don't know. I think the name is Tim. Go ahead from N4NJ. All right, well, one more try here. November Whiskey 8 Fox, are you there? This is N4NJ. All right, we'll keep moving. Whiskey Alpha 1 Delta X-Ray Papa, this is November 4, November Juliet. Thanks for checking into the Great North American Pop-Up. Now, you got any traffic this evening?
Yep, WA1DXP, Mark, in southwest Florida. The devil's armpit, always hot and wet. Let me start by saying there was nothing going on HF, so I downloaded this QSO 1 app, and here I am, and I have no idea what I'm doing or what the heck's going on.
We were literally just talking. We were all just talking in here. The fellow was out here in Vegas, and then normally we're connected to Buffalo, to the BARA, Buffalo Amateur Radio Repeater Association machine. That's where I'm originally from. And we got reconnected. We've been having some issues, so we've been on and off with the connections. And we were talking about that QSO 1 app. So what's your take on it? If you just got it, what's the first read on it? Is it good?
Yeah, I mean, it seems pretty awesome. I did a couple of audio checks on it. I don't know how I sound to you. It seems to sound pretty good on the AllStar Barrett and stuff, so I don't see any problem with it so far.
Okay, well, you sound good. So, got some kind of latency issues there. Anyways, you sound great. So, thanks for joining us and hopping on. And you're more than welcome to hit up 527-631 or 42230 All-Star Hubs anytime. So, welcome. Let's keep moving. Paul, KD6FIN. It's all yours from N4NJ. Okay, Paul's one of those guys who has to be up at like 3 a.m. and it's 10 o'clock on the West Coast. Let's do another call up here for Pop-Up Net. Anybody out there wanting to join us on the great North American Pop-Up Net, please call in 400 now.
Those bubbles we have linked up and they're all in bed sleeping, Bill. Hi, KC2XT.
Well, I heard through the grapevine that a whole bunch of people are out there listening from the Huntsville Hamfest, but we only got one person to check in. So I don't know. Let's do one last, 13 people at this hour is probably pretty good. Anybody else wanting to join us on the North American Pop-Up Net, please call in 400 now. Alright, well, not planning on doing it, but I had some other things I gotta get done. Rick talked me into it, so if anybody has any complaints, you can send them to KC2XT, he's the mayor of Buffalo. Anyways, thank you to all 13 stations that participated in the pop-up net this evening. Look for us again. It will happen. You've been warned. And for Andrew J, turning all this back over to normal use.
For REDCOM, responded to 8715 River Road, 90-year-old female fall victim, hip pain. 9045 for REDCOM, respond code 3 to 8715 River Road, 96-year-old female fall victim with hip pain, MH341 2213.
6, medic 515, head injury on blood thinner, 2214, correction, 4040 Shadow Hill Drive, 4040 Shadow Hill Drive, Santa Rosa, Shady Oak Place, control 3, 2214. +4. Post 9.
#47 route. Medic 47 route.
Yeah, I have one sitting around here somewhere.
40 +15. BLS 580, clear the hospital. #584 post 10.
I'll be back. I'm getting a knock on the wall.
Cloverdale, Medic 45 on scene.
Medic 45 on scene.
Critical yard.
I was really nervous. And it just don't make sense that that would work out.
Medic 527.4. Medic 527, staging event 5720 Old Redwood Highway, 5720 Old Redwood Highway, Larksville, Unit C Charlie, Plymouth Way, Mobile Drive, Control 2, 2222.
Copy, 2.
527.
Where you put the water in a little drip control valve.
Well, 1028, you hit.
VR repeater.
Thank you.
It is 10:30 p.m.
the cord on.
Go ahead.
Medic 3. Code 2 is 1 to stutter. Starting on 0.
Copy, code 2 is 1 to stutter. Starting mile 0, 2234.
Now cancel for 7586. 01, minute 527. 527.
Engine 6, medic 513, back pain and chest pain, 370 Boaz Drive, 370 Boaz Drive, Santa Rosa, Algiers Avenue, Tunisia Avenue, Control 3, 2235. Medic 527, close by.
Thank you.
One close 5. Engine 65, 5, commercial fire alarm at All Coast Forest Products, 250 Askey Road, 250 Askey Road, Cloverdale. Citrus Fair Drive, Control 2, 22, 38. Medic 527, code 4. Medic 683, Sweetness, 8780 Bell Road, 8780 Bell Road, Windsor, Unit 49 at Bell Manor Apartments, Johnson Street, Control 2, 2241.
This is KG6QBB, mobile.
That's all good.
Can I get a code to ALSM?
Copy starting ALSM.
65.
Control 2.
65 is asking large lumber mill. Confirmed no fire. There's no water flow. However, the diesel pump is running. I've made notification to management, and they're going to take over from here.
Lift says separated to a medical aid, 635 Verano Lane, 635 Verano Lane, Windsor, Camelot Drive, State Lane, Control 2, 2246.
Alright, go ahead, over. 51 has some absolute blocks set up for you and we're ready to copy, over. Kilo 1 ready to copy, over. Alright, this is an absolute block for the NW1501-1501 north. The absolute block is established in advance of your train between CP Ignacio Y on the siding track and CP Ignacio North and ORTH on the siding track for a northbound move. Not to exceed 49 miles per hour for 9 mph, over. NW1501 understands an absolute block has been established ahead of our train at CP Ignacio Y on the siding track, CP Ignacio North. ORTH on the siding track for northbound moved in on exceed 49 mph, over. That is correct on the way back. To location and stand by, or you back on the radio the second one, over. Okay. Alright, keep saying on the switch. Stand by the second.
Go to 75. 3 out.
That's Walker Control calling on NW1501, over. NW1501, go ahead, over. Just don't have a second absolute block ready for you and ready to copy, over. NW1501 ready to copy, over. Alright, it's an absolute block for the NW1501-1501 north. An absolute block has been established in advance of your train between the CP Ignacio North and ORTH on the main track and CP Petaluma North and ORTH on the main track for a northbound move that's not to exceed 49 miles per hour at 49 mph. Over.
WP 1501 intercepts an S block past in the southwest side of our train. Pass CP Precaution North, NORTH on the main track, and CP Petaluma North, NORTH on the main track. For northbound move, did not exceed 49 mph. Over.
And WP1501, that's correct on the read back. Here we go, some location for that next one. We'll talk to you later when you're headed south of Fairlands. Sorry for drop.
Radio station. I'll talk to you for the other block. Whatever you else.
Those are a good song.
Medic 516.
Early 70s, they were more powerful.
We're clearing Bell Road. Are we going to be closer to Errata than 681?
(683, 681), we'll handle it, thank you.
Copy that, 683 double.
683 double.
84 requested to a medical aid at Chevron Mendocino, 2145 Mendocino Avenue, Santa Rosa. Control 3, 2256.
Hey, I just see what time it is. I better get out.
Discovered Station 26, West Tone 14.
Engine 1463, 2250.
It is 11 p.m.
Medic 543, medical aid 393 Bonnie Avenue, 393 Bonnie Avenue, Runner Park, Bonnie Court, Blair Avenue, Control 4, 2300. Medic 516, post 26.
I'm gonna head out, so I'm gonna...
Bonnie Court, Blair Avenue, Control 4, 2302. Residential fire alarm 301 Decanter Court, 301 Decanter Court, insert Oakway, Zinfandel Drive, Control 2, 2304.
Linking to XRF 546 Alpha. Link to XRF 546 Alpha.
Patrol 92, back Bain, 65 Shiloh Road, 65 Shiloh Road, Windsor, Unit 107 at Shiloh Terrace, Old Redwood Highway, Business Park Court, Control 2, 2311.
Linking to XRF 546 Alpha.
Engine 4, Medic 541, vehicle accident, Farmers Lane at Vallejo Street, Farmers Lane at Vallejo Street, Santa Rosa, Control 3, 23.
KG6, QVB, mobile.
Medic 516, post 4.
Link 2 XRF 546 Alpha. Linking 2 XRF 546 Alpha.
Post 9. Difficulty breathing. 8306 with no bar. 8306, Windmill Farms Drive, Cotati, East Cotati Avenue, Control 4, 2318. Medic 516, post 26. +4.
KV6ED, KV6ED, KI6TC.
6TC clear.
Over this
WC-1501 flight control.
There's Spark Control, WC-1501. Looks like you've got a switch on a correspondence at Park South, which just popped up on our screen here, so you're probably catching color over.
Yeah, I've got some color over.
Yeah, did a research conductor with the feeling you popped the switch over at Park South too early, which is why that 7 came up. What are you showing at red over?
I've got one that's hopper north over.
Yeah, hopper north. Alright, stand by. Let me try to reach your conductor. If you put that mainline switch back in correspondence, and might be able to get you a signal back. Over.
Okay, roger.
It is 11:30 p.m.
Go ahead, over.
You can't reach your conductor, and before we know, it could be some other issue happening up there at New Park siding with sources on correspondence. So, really copy over. That's a second. Go ahead. Alright, it's for the end of B15-11501 at Hopper North, Illinois. You're forced to proceed past those place stop indication. That's a northbound move, main to main. Over.
That'd be in WP 1501. I understand. Have permission to pass signal display classification. Proceed main to main. No Hopper North, over.
That is correct. New 1501 on the way back, and we'll have to talk to you by next signal there at Women downtown. Over.
Okay, copy that. I'll let you know when I'm all stopped at 1104.
All correct, yes. Give you back in the area when you are stopped at CP Petaluma downtown.
Train 12, calling smart control, over.
Train 12, over.
Yeah, Ron, we're ready to head back when you can bring us.
Right, here we go, same location.
medic 542, difficulty breathing, 4, bucket plate, Bellevue, control 3, 23.
Link to XRF 546 Alpha.
2055 Sebastopol Road, 2055 Sebastopol Road, Santa Rosa, Stony Point Road, Kenmore Lane, control 3, 2336.
Of the signal in your view over at City Hall downtown.
NWC 1501, I'll stop. Signal in view at Petaluma downtown, over.
Alright, NWC 1501 501 North. The authority pass service place application at CP Petaluma downtown. We're northbound move with LTH. Lane 2 main, over.
NWC 1501 at Petaluma North and RTH. Has authority to pass the signal plane self-indication and proceed main to main, over.
Okay, northbound move, and yeah, since my dispatcher screen shows park siding also flashing, I'm guessing one of those two switch locks is out of correspondence, so just be prepared to stop in advance and talk to your conductor. Left him a voicemail, he's only answering his phone right now, so. But yeah, you're almost probably going to stop anyway, so just I want to get out and see what's going on.
Okay, yeah, we'll check the park bumpers and switches at park siding before we throw any switches over.
I appreciate that, and then also remind him to keep his radio on lane 1 when he is on duty and not on the locomotive. I'll talk to you about Smart Control.
Medic 56144. Medic 513 for the hospital. Central 11, Medic 513, spider bite, 2400 Mendocino Avenue, 2400 Mendocino Avenue, Santa Rosa, Unit 11 at the Congress, Sherman Drive, Administration Drive, Control 3, 2343.
Pretty good.
Link 2 XRS 546 Alpha.
DLS 584 post 4.
It is 12 a.m.
Medic 645 on order. Medical aid for an overdose. 601 Antonio Street, 601 Antonio Street, overdose. Just and drive, control 2, midnight.
Respond code 3601 Antonio Street. Took high dose of ibuprofen with beer. Medic 45 respond code 3601 Antonio. Patient took a high dose of ibuprofen with beer. MH241-0002, and I'll have law en route.
Cloverdale, Medic 45 route.
Plus 586, close 10.
Cloverdale, medic 45 on scene. Medic 45 on scene.
Medic 541, plus 10. Medic side 40, clear the hospital.
Go ahead.
So if you're ready, I'll give you a change of direction and then another absolute block to head south of the buildings over.
Copy it.
CP1501 at Park sighting, 40 for change direction between at your current location. That's between CP Pelham North and RTH, CP Pelham downtown for a southbound move over.
CP1501 40 change direction. For the current location, the Park sighting between CP Pelham North and RTH, downtown for a southbound move over.
That is correct. Move back, and if you're ready, we can give you a southbound absolute block. Over.
Okay, sir, come repeat and ready to stop the absolute block, over.
Okay, DB150150 on that Park. I have an absolute block ready for you. Absolute block is established in advance of your train between CP Pelham North and RTH on the main track and CP Hopper North and RTH on the main track. That's a southbound move, not to exceed 40 miles per hour at 4 mph, over.
Understand, absolute block has been established out of our train. CP Pelham North and RTH on the main track and CP Hopper North and RTH on the main track. For southbound move, generally see 49.9 mph, over.
It's all correct on the way back, and just let me know when you need that signal there at CP Pelham downtown. Spectra.
First on the way back, I'll call you for the signal. We'll never be out.
Link 2 XRF 546 Alpha.
33, still subject to busyness. 15205 Arnold Drive, 15,205 Arnold Drive, Eldridge. Control 4, midnight 19. Request for Elizabeth, Conning Mall Apartment, 2001 Range Avenue, 2001 Range Avenue, Santa Rosa, Unit 1, Edwards Avenue, Guerneville Road, Control 3, midnight. Medic 561 Post 6. Dispatch Medic 45. With 1 to Kaiser, starting mile 0.
Copy, coach with 1 to Kaiser, starting mile 0 at 021.
Link 2 XRF 546 Alpha.
This is Frank.
122, return.
It is 12:30 a.m. Link to XRF 546 Alpha.
Engine 1, Medic 515, difficulty breathing at CVS Pharmacy, 2771 4th Street, 2771 4th Street, Santa Rosa, Farmers Lane, Rogers Way, Control 3, midnight 40. 3 post 5. Medic 543, clear the hospital.
KE5 Lima Zulu Echo, are you there? It's your turn there.
Medic 527, clear for alpha status. Medic 541, overdose, 163 Cherry Blossom Drive, 163 Cherry Blossom Drive, Santa Rosa, Orchard Blossom Drive, Plum Tree Lane, Control 3, Midnight 46. Medic 542, clear the hospital.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what's causing that noise. I think it said 260 hertz.
BLS 586. Requested to a medical aid at CVS Pharmacy, 2771 4th Street, 2771 4th Street, Santa Rosa, Farmers Lane, Rogers Way, Control 3, Midnight 48. Medic 542, clear the hospital.
control.
Look, don't answer those.
Sending signal, downtown Petaluma.
There you go, soon location. This works well.
Okay.
I was looking on AIM to see if you passed. He says you're working. Go ahead and make your...
Medical aid, abdominal pain, Clearwater, Sonoma, 710, Runner Park Expressway, 710, Runner Park Expressway, unit 240, 124, 054.
Test.
VVR repeater.
Medic 540, post 50.
Link to XRS 546 Alpha. It is 1 a.m.
CLF 584, Preston in Stompel Paint, Clearwater at S.M.A.R.T. 710, Ronald Park Expressway, 710, Ronald Park Expressway. 240. 12-4. On 584, you can cancel to Sonoma Park Expressway. 584, you can cancel. Like 540 clear process. 542, seizure, 1136, Twin Creek Court, 1136, Twin Creek Court, Santa Rosa. Garner Creek Drive, Control 3, 120.
It is 1:30 a.m.
Corporate answer, go ahead and WP 1501.
WP 1501, reporting clear of all absolute blocks. The name was that's the line. Main line, or zeros and zero positions. Pick up. We're going to hold me clear to park site. It's your time, Laura.
Alright, first in NW 1501 is reporting clear of all absolute blocks in the line subdivision, and then we're in the clear this time. All main equipment in the clear, all main line switches are live and locked back to normal main use. All of the rails are back in the G-line position. And actually, NW 1501 clear this time. Alright, and if you guys been in the cab, and the photo of the air slip from tonight's northbound train over. I've got everything else I need. It's the last document I need to put into Maxwell over.
Agent 31, medic 31, code 2 medic brake, left pressure, Sonoma approach 78, 2nd Street West, 678, 2nd Street West, Sonoma, 28, roll 4, 130. Engine 31, medic 31, you can now cancel, Sonoma posted Q. Engine 31, medic 31, cancel the 678 2nd Street West. 134.
Medic 45 10 4.
KM4EEO.
Medic 541, clear for comment. man down, near Chevron, 760, Santa Rosa, 1715, Santa Rosa. Control 3, 160. 541, so.
It is 2 a.m.
BLS 586, requested between Chevron 1715 Santa Rosa Avenue, 1715 Santa Rosa Avenue, Santa Rosa Baker, across the gravity control 3. Medic 516, code 2 request for officers located on the avenue for support on the park control point. Medic 541. Unknown medically subject to pain at 76 station. 4605 Old Redwood Highway, 4605 Old Redwood Highway, Markfield. Markwood Springs Road, 12205. Plus 9, 513, plus 4.
Pretty much. Affirmative, it was not EMD'd until 7582 reduces your closest to 3. 4110.
1045 audible alarm, all coast, Forest Products, 250 Astor Road, 250 Astor Road, Cloverdale. Control 2, 211. Commercial fire alarm. 322 Center Street, 322 Center Street, Pittsburgh. Control 2, 212.
Control 2.
All Coast Forest Products confirming there's no fire. Management is aware of this, the issue. Fire pump is still running. No fire. 65 available.
Copy. All Coast Forest confirming no fire. Fire pump is still running. Units available.
Seeing two-story commercial building. Nothing showing. There is an audible alarm. We'll be investigating.
Beyond, two-story commercial building, audible alarm sounding, nothing showing, investigating.
163, false alarm. Alarm's been reset.
HTTP false alarm. Alarm has been reset, showing you available.
Medic 561, you need to stage for an assault. 2729 Gallup Drive, 2729 Gallup Drive, Santa Rosa. Yellow Rose Lane, Barn Dance Lane. Control 3, 229. 513, alter subject DID 4061, Princeton Drive 40616, Princeton Drive to Santa Rosa. Call 3, 231. 542, close 5.
Link to XRF 546 Alpha.
Medic 551, close 4. 543, Coast City Crest, off presumption, and also starts at 36 Walnut Circle, 36 Walnut Circle, over Martinsville 4, 43. Medic 561, Post 26.
It is 3 a.m.
515, close 9, 561.4. Medic 515, difficulty breathing, 2407 Quail Hollow Drive, 407 Quail Hollow Drive, Santa Rosa, call 3305. Medic 551, Caesar, Badger Creek, 4250, correction, 4520 Badger Road, 4520 Badger Road, Rush Creek Road, call 312.
messing with that. I think it's supposed to be an all-shaped there.
It is 3:30 a.m.
31 medic, 31 difficulty breathing, Sunrise Villa, 91 Napa Road, 91 Napa Road, Sonoma, 121 Broadway, Larkin Drive, 124, 342.
Can you hear me?
Link to XRF 546 Alpha.
Control, we are ready to roll. Over.
M link to XRS 546 Alpha.
Angel 7, medic 513. Abdominal pain, 12, Oak Forest Lane, 12, Oak Forest Lane, Santa Rosa. 12-3, 407. Medic 542, clear for time. Medic 683, no subject, 12,204, Old Road Highway 12204, Old Road Highway 1 number 8, call 2, 409. Medic 515, clear for assignment. Medic 543, clear for assignment. Medic 515, social 26, 543, social 4. Medic 541, clear for opposite. 543, flip 5. Sure, problem status. Yeah, 516. 542, clear problem. Let's go to 495 Colonial Park Drive, 495 Colonial Park Drive, Outfield Control Team, 460. Agent 101, medic 101. Still subject 650 west, 615 west, 44, 460.
让穿毛长度就医结构的小跑腿更省心，更能在司机。
It is 4:30 a.m.
Train 2 is Park Control Radio, check on the 114.
Loud and clear, Train 2, there we go. Same location. Mark 1.
bundles and inflators. the good thing is that there's transfer in the audio.
Radio test, ready, copy. Parkland radio test, can you please repeat? Parkland radio test, ready, copy. Test. Can you please repeat? Parkland radio test, ready, copy. 450 Parkland radio set. Elevator lobby, how do you copy? 450 Parkland radio set, loud and clear.
Very good morning, sir. I'm doing pretty good. Pretty good.
Radio test, how do you copy? Clear. Parkland radio test, how do you copy?
And then we've got electric supplying of it. We had
Is our controller ready to head south out of Winter Station? Over.
Medic 543, Med 6, for unconscious toddler 2000, Glenwell Drive 000, Glenwell Drive, control base, 450. Radio set, how do you copy? Radio set, loud and clear. Radio set, how do you copy? 450 Park Line radio set, loud and clear. Parkland radio set, how do you copy? Parkland radio set, loud and clear. 450 Parkland radio set. Radio says KQ2.5. Parkland radio says, loud and clear.
It is 5 a.m.
Parkland radio says, loud and clear. Taser. Parkland radio test, loud and clear. 50 Parkland radio test, ready copy. 450 Parkland radio test, loud and clear. Parkland radio test, ready copy. 450 Parkland radio test, loud and clear. Test, ready copy. 450 Parkland radio test, loud and clear. Test, ready copy. Loud and clear. Parkland radio test, loud and clear. Parkland radio test, ready copy. 450 Parkland radio test, loud and clear.
Going to 1992, Southern Helix, 70%, 70.
Parkland radio test, location there, 2, ready copy. 450 Parkland radio test, loud and clear. 450 Parkland radio says, loud and clear. Parkland radio says, how do you copy? 450 Parkland radio says, loud and clear. 450 Parkland radio says, how do you copy? Loud and clear. 7581, this is the 348 Spring Beauty Court, 348 Spring Beauty Court, this is call 2. Positive. 450 Parkland radio says, how do you? 450 Parkland radio says, loud and clear. 450 Parkland radio says, how do you copy? 450 Parkland radio says, loud and clear. 450 Parkland radio says, how do you copy? 450 Parkland radio says, loud and clear. 450 Parkland radio says, how do you copy? 450 Parkland radio says, loud and clear. 450 Parkland radio says, how do you copy? 450 Parkland radio says, loud and clear. 450 Parkland radio says, loud and clear. 450 radio says, how do you copy? 450 Parkland radio says, DAQ 3.5. 450 radio says, level 3, stair 2, how do you copy? 450 Parkland radio says, loud and clear. 450
Radio check 116 over.
Strange, I got the wrong thermal, you know.
Copy, good radio test. Ready to depart. Rockland, take us over.
Alright, here we go. Plug it in.
50 Parkland radio says loud and clear. Parkland radio says there 1 up. 50 Parkland radio says 4. Parkland radio says, have you copied? 450 Parkland radio says, take you 4. Medic 516 for South 7. Radio check, loud and clear. Parkland radio test, any copy? 450 Parkland radio test, loud and clear. Parkland radio test, loud and clear. Parkland radio says loud and clear. The radio says, grid 14, how do you copy? Parkland radio says loud and clear. Parkland radio says, how do you copy? 450 Parkland radio says, DQ4. Parkland radio says, how do you copy? Radio says, loud and clear. 450 Parkland radio test, how do you copy? 450 Parkland radio test, loud and clear. How do you copy? 450 Parkland radio test, loud and clear. Medic 513, difficulty breathing, Early Avenue at West College Avenue, Early at West College, control 3, 519.
$275.81.
Control 2.
Can you start a code 2 ambulance, please?
Affirm.
Mag 683 requesting code 2, 7581 on 348, free duty for Control 2. Engine 6, Medic 521, code 2 request for officers on Skyhawk Park, 5750 Mountain Hawk, Santa Rosa, Control 3. Major Ford, Truck 1, residential fire alarm, 4005 Holland Avenue, 4005 Holland Avenue, Santa Rosa. Unit 3, Loop Avenue at Holland Avenue. Control 3, Engine 6, you can't do response to Skyhawk Park. 6, you can't do response to Skyhawk. Mountain Hawk. 520.
It is 5:30 a.m.
520, code 2 request, 939 West 8th Street, toll free, 530.
83 copies.
7581, just confirming, we had this at 348 Spring Beauty. Are you not at that address?
We are at 348. However, the pin drop on the tablet was on 372.
I copy, thank you.
Medic 516. Medic 515, no problem, sir. 516, no problem.
Yeah, things are going real well here, and yes, we've already...
NX 522, requested associated back train 939 West 8th Street, roll 537.
For dispatch, we are ready to depart the rock. Hit the windshield.
All right, here we go. Have a good day.
All right.
Train 3 extended to well, Warner Park, over.
All right, copy that.
Medic 528, close 10.
AATKY, AAJL. EATKY, KAJL.
breath. NX 101. So 2 Wilmore Fire Station. 3825 heading out. 12-4. 5-4.
It is 6 a.m.
528, 6 Cookie Street, 240 Doyle Park Drive, 640 Doyle Park Drive, Santa Rosa. Control 3, 601. 511. Medic 511. Difficulty breathing. 8151 Octano Road, 8151 Octano Road, break. Control 2, 609.
511.
getting my fishing license too back there.
Thanks, sir. Up.
The closest house is 8115, not 8151. So
Copy. 8115 will be the house directly east of 8151. And they are in the trailer, so you'll access from the gate that's closer to Barlow Lane. Affirmative. Copy, gate should be opening, is it? Is the gate opening now?
Hey, affirmative. Medic 515. Call 5809 Wolford Road, 5809 Wolford Road, vessel. Call 217.
5. Medic 513, copy. Alpha status. Have a good night.
go out.
Part 10.
Engine 1, medic 523, traffic collision. 1350 Bennett Valley Road, and area 1350 Bennett Valley Road, Fairgrounds. Call 3627.
KD6 POC Mobile, Santa Rosa. KD6 POC, this is K6MYIE. Good morning, Adam. Good morning, Fred. Are you at work or are you on the way to work? I've already started. I kind of did my daily rounds, and then I'm out here in my vehicle having my toast and crackers and coffee, pondering my next move for the day. Over. Your shift, that's what I'm curious to know. Must be starting pretty early. Well, right now it is 6 a.m. to 2:30 p.m., but it can vary if the senior guy is gone. Sometimes they got to come in at 4:30, 5 o'clock, and work till like 1:30. You go to bed early then. What are most shifts run down there at the post office? Because I've seen our letter carrier. When I have a replacement, the mail comes like at 11:30 in the morning, but my normal guy might come through around 2 o'clock. At my mom's house, boy, it's closer to. I've always wondered what's a typical shift for the people who actually make the mail rounds. Well, in an ideal world, I guess it would be uniform, but it's not because everything's based on the route and how big the route is and the time that the postal service matches to that route. So it does kind of vary. There can be obvious things in the production cycle that may
prohibit the mail getting out, at a particular time or having it be off a little bit. But real world, it should get kind of
It is
uniformly
6:30
to
a.m.
the route. So, if your mom's place is always 10:30, it should be around there every single time. But, again, that's in a perfect world.
I see. I was wondering how that is done. I'm always fascinated by the mail. Being a contractor, we live and die by it. A lot of checks go out every week, if not sometimes every single day. And then, of course, you always wait for your payment coming back, which no one's in a hurry to send you. Never, ever, ever. Yeah, I was always intrigued by that. And then the machines that actually sort the mail, I'm told even handwritten addresses get sorted electronically. Well, I'm sure they have a way to do that now, but I've been told it's been done that way for a long time.
I think is one of the benefits of industry of the Cold War, because Lockheed Martin's cameras, that's what's actually used to read the addresses now. Those things go back to, good gracious, the U-2 and SR-71 and satellite days of advanced camera optics that become digitized. And you would know the whole thing, the history of it over time more than me. But, pretty soon they trickle down at some point in time to civilian use, something like that in the post office.
It says, an innovation in one industry tends to lead as a chain reaction with advancements in others. And I remember first hearing that when 25-ish years ago, auto-darkening welding helmets were a thing. And boy, they were expensive then. I think they were like $350 or $400 5 years ago. But I forget where that technology came from. But boy, when that did come out, it was amazing. Because, well, let's face it, there was an awful lot of Liberty ships built with a hood you just flip down over your head. By around the year 2000, when auto-darkening stuff came out, boy, that was through the lens and then strike your arc, and it was instantaneously better welding. Everybody appreciated that. Yeah, the Cold War, that gave a lot of people a lot of work. I remember the old-timers telling me at Hewlett-Packard that really was the gravy train for decades.
Question, and it also provided, oodles of money for general research, which by about 1980, that phases out and you go into applied research. So, M.A.R.T is funding university programs to get their research done. Pharmaceuticals is just one example. But, there was always a military component to it, but it did produce, some amazing technology. And I think the biggest thing to me, Adam, is that it sort of encouraged curiosity. The guy I coach, I'm going to let it drop here for a second. A guy I coach with has been an engineer at Apple for years, and we've been having these, conversations over the last few days about Wozniak and Jobs' involvement with John Draper. And, that was 1972 when they were hacked and everything and trying to make devices actually to sell to hack the phone lines. And I'm not recommending people do that. I'm just saying that it sparked their curiosity, and before you know it, Wozniak went from a ham radio guy to building computers in his garage. Over.
Aware that Steve Woz was actually a ham. I knew he was a computer tinkerer, but I didn't know if he did anything else besides that. It was a very, very remarkable change. I was in the garage yesterday while changing the instrument cluster on one of my trucks, and I had the TV on, and it was on, and the Hunt for Red October came through. And I'm sitting there thinking, I'm listening to this movie going, why does anybody care about a Russian sub? I mean, frankly, it's probably more of a liability than anything else. It's like, oh man, now we got to deal with something that's put together like that. It might kill us all. But when that movie was made, there still was no, Glasnost was still way in the future, and Soviet Union was still a thing, and the Cold War was still on. So it actually has a whole lot more premise if you put it back in context. So I'm like, oh yeah, that actually makes.
Well, gosh, this is going into the direction of my conversations with Dale, because, you know, the CIA was kind of a joke in the 80s. They were off on all of their assessments of the Soviet Union. They had taken very hard line stances. People like Robert Gates, who I believe was the deputy DCI, who I found to be one of the most nefarious characters in the history of American government. You know, all this stuff that was, you know, they now make movies about Afghan War and everything like this. The Soviet Union was a mess in the 1980s, and anybody that takes an honest and objective look at the literature, you know, archival literature, would see that, and they knew it then. It's just there was no money to be made, so they kept pushing this kind of that, you know, the Soviet Union was so strong and so powerful, and blah blah blah, and it just collapsed. It's a very sick society.
And a customer, he's dead now, Kurt, who married a Russian wife, and he tells me, he says, the Russian Navy, Russian military is really nothing at all to worry about. They don't have tires for their trucks. They don't have fuel for their tanks. Their submarines are half-baked. He goes, you got to remember, the average Russian $1,000 a year. So when you send them $500 for Christmas each, for them it's like the heavens opened up and God reached down and kissed you on the forehead. He goes, it's a remarkable thing. He goes, it's a very, very poor country from left to right. 11 time zones, and he's the one that talks about that. You know, the old-timers at HT would tell me that in the 80s, they said, you know, we could just not get parts in fast enough. We make so much equipment for everybody and every application because we were a defense contractor, and we had to set up all these tools to see if ICE at us. The sales records are just phenomenal. I mean, we broke record after record, and they would have beer vans show up at the plant up there in Santa Rosa on a Wednesday night, because don't do it on a Friday, or not even on a Thursday. He says there were so many people that would have to sleep in their car, you know, because they couldn't drive home, and because the catering was so good, celebrating all of the milestones reached.
Yeah, very interesting. I don't know when your friend made these remarks about Russia, but that's certainly not the Russia I. 1990s were a horrific time, and that was caused mostly by Western finance ripping the country apart. Now we have to realize that that country, that landmass, which is 1/6 of the world's landmass, is sitting on the largest reserve of every mineral in the world. So this whole thing, for instance, in Ukraine, this is not a war in favor of Ukraine. I'm speaking amorally here. It's not a war in favor of Ukraine or defending Ukraine. It is a war against Russia. And I really think these people should break up that country into 6 parts, and happy days were here again, just like the 90s, and rate was flying. And it simply is not the Russia of the 1990s anymore. I'm going to let it drop. And the Russians historically never had that great of a Navy. Submarines and their new stuff coming online is not bad. But in terms of a blue water Navy, they never really had one of those. That went out in 1905, and there was the Russo-Japanese War where it died in the Pacific. But they have good submarines, good rocket technology,
And the other thing, Adam, is that technology, I mean, it's just kind of gone flat. It's ubiquitous. I mean, think about GPS. I mean, that was, I mean, for just a select few, not that long ago. Now, everybody has it. So, work has, again, become very flat, very ubiquitous, and very economical, unfortunately. Over?
Oh, that's right. You did stay there for a while. I bet you got to see some interesting things. In the 90s? Boy, you must have been real young. Right out of college, I'm guessing. That'd be a pretty interesting chat to have, like I know anything about it. I just like the conversations that Kirk was telling me. It would have been very interesting to see what's going on, especially right around 91, what those people think about the wall coming open in 1989. My parents were from West Germany, and I remember them, when that happened, the wall coming apart, that, boy, they were just watching the television. Like, I think they sit there and watch the news, and all these young German guys with sledgehammers just busting the concrete apart. I remember asking Mom, what started all this? How all this thing happened? She says, well, right around, remember, I was 9. So she says, well, right around, was it late October, early November of 19, people started gathering at the wall, and they just started chanting that they want the damn thing open. And pretty soon we reached critical mass because there was 100,000 people there yelling at this and screaming and pushing on the border guards, and no one wanted to shoot at innocent civilians who just wanted to get into the West. And that's when they finally said, okay, you guys can have it. And they opened up the gates.
Yeah, and the wall came down, and like I say, fiction of that, which is quite a blunder. You know, I was watching, and by the way, I lived in Russia in the 1990s. I'm sorry if I inferred that into the 2000s, but things have certainly changed there. I mean, their economy right now is booming. It is increasing, I think, 6%. GDP has gone up 6% since this war started, and the big reason for that, Adam, is the factories that were mothballed and were being ripped apart through asset stripping and so forth from Western finance in the 90s, and in a little bit to the early 2000s when Putin put an end to it. They've had to reindustrialize. They've had to use import substitution and so forth. It very much mirrors the United States, say, in the late 19th century, where we had tariffs on goods, but not only do we have tariffs on goods, I don't want to get myself caught in a conundrum here, given that term in the present time, but we allowed for competitive industry in this country, which we don't have anymore, and the government actually subsidized industry by building railroads and canals and bridges and everything else. So that's more what Russia looks like today. And a final thought, I was watching a Russian TV broadcast a few months ago, and Putin said to the reporter, he says, your country, speaking of the United States, is starting to resemble our country. And there are scary parallels to that.
Oh, see, I didn't know that's their take on us. Well, I think that's both some good and bad, trying to encourage domestic. I have had an experience firsthand. In the 90s, when I was in high school, Bill Clinton passed NAFTA, North American Free Trade Agreement. So what that did was that allowed things to be made in Canada or Mexico and sold here as if they were made here, so they wouldn't pay a duty coming or going. What that was, we'll just take an example. Automotive ball joints, okay, because I went down this road a couple months ago. Well, the good ones were $100. They were made in a factory in Texas. Well, the ones made in Mexico were $35. Still fit, kind of work. There's a difference, but the cheapest way out of something. So what happened was that enough people bought the $35 one that the guy making the $100 an hour one said, to heck with this, left the market. So then the guy who was making the $35 an hour one said, woohoo, Now I've cornered the place, jacked up the price to the $100 price point, quality, so now we don't have a high quality ball joint, we just have a crappy ball joint that costs the same amount of money as a high quality one because we drove out the Spicer guy who was the dude who made the best one. He left the market because he couldn't make any money at this. So now the only thing we have is the crap, the good material price.
And if I may say amen, I will do so. Growing up, well, first in Redondo Beach, but most of my life in, developmental life in Flint, Michigan. Believe me, I heard NAFTA all the time. Ironically, the book I have in my, and this book can go for as much as $1,000. It's called Trade Wars Against America by William J. Gill. And this speaks exactly to the point. And if you go to page 10, it's pretty amazing. I'm just going to read it quickly. But in June 1987, when INF Gorbachev's eyes, George C. Wilson, the veteran Pentagon correspondent of the Washington Post, reported an interview with outgoing U.S. Army Chief of Staff General John A. Wickham, Jr. Although Wickham said today's Army was strong and mobile, there was something that worried him. As Wilson put it in his staff was concerned that, quote, the U.S. Army would run out of supplies after only a few months of intense fighting because there is no national production base to support it. That's 1987, Adam.
You just triggered a memory. KD6 POC 101 and Old Redwood Highway. Very, very true. Dr. Mark Felton, when I would hear some of his dissertations, he talked about some of this stuff. He goes, in World War II, America had the ability to out-manufacture everybody else. And they didn't have a problem with someone fighting on homeland soil. So we were able to make 50,000 pairs of boots and send them over to Russia and say, don't forget about it. Or send so much food to England that the naval blockade with all the U-boats were not significantly without America's help. But what his point was is that America was able to win. Take it back, slow that down. I almost said something stupid. Russia won World War II because Russia took Berlin. But America was able to be so successful because they of the world in manufactured goods.
Absolutely. Felton's an interesting guy. I've watched some of his stuff recently on the disaster in the British Navy. I mean, they have boats falling apart. They can't afford to put real joke over there. Now, look at, I'm critical of the U.S., and these have been long-term policies, by the way. I mean, going back at least to the Nixon administration as far as the trade policy is concerned. And by the way, it is very, very difficult to get information on. The tariffs that are happening right now, I think, are an absolute distraction. You would need, again, a 30-year policy by both parties to actively reindustrialize this country through government spending. Now, tariffs could be a part of that, but if you're not going to put in the public expenditure, again, to build ball bearing factories, it's just not going to happen.
No, not at all. Well, what are we known for manufacturing? I'm trying to think. There's nothing that's really unbelievably phenomenal. Back in the early 90s, my dad thought he had a job at Mare Island, and he was really excited for that. This must have been 92-ish, something like this. And my mom said, still talks about it, 25, not almost. Has it been 30 years? Yeah, I guess it's been 30 years later. And I was so excited for this. It was right up his alley, something he always wanted to do. And then about 6 months to a year later, he was told that no, Mare Island would be closing, so that job would evaporate. So when Mare Island was told to shut down in 93, they called it back. It's a base realignment and closure. The place was done by 96. You know, the year after that, Vallejo goes bankrupt, so there's no economic engine for that town anymore. But one of the things that I thought was really interesting was, if the Russians tapped out in 91, it was maybe 2 years later that America goes, okay, you know what? All right, now the party's calmed down the military spending. Let's start closing this, closing that, shutting this off, etc. They didn't take long. Everybody must have been very well aware of how much money was being spent on this.
Certainly, in the Cold War, there's spent. I mean, it's just on the nuclear arsenal, it's probably $6 trillion, and that's not today's terms. So, you know, I think there could have been, and actually should have been, a peace bond much earlier than what happened. And by the way, people should take a look at second term. He's a totally different president in his second term on foreign policy than he was in his first term. In fact, after about 1982, the real right-wingers start to abandon him a little bit. He brings in George Shultz, who was a very practical man of policy, very experienced, also a former Marine in World War II or Korea, as I recall. So he kind of knew what was going on and knew the nonsense of the Strategic Defense Initiative and so forth. So by the late 80s, when they signed the INF Treaty, Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty, which eradicated a whole class of nuclear, I mean, all the right-wingers in the Pentagon resigned, and I mean hawks, if you will, with no practical approach to diplomacy, and it is Donald Trump that ultimately takes us out of the INF Treaty, which is one of the proximate causes of the Russian invasion of Ukraine in February of 2022, because if you're to put nuclear cruise missiles or something like that in Ukraine as a part of NATO, I mean, they'd have something like a 2-minute flight time to Moscow, and Moscow could never allow that to happen. It would throw your whole off. So these things do have a ripple effect through time.
Just think about that 2-minute fly time. There's not much you can do in 2 minutes. Yeah, the Cold War gave a lot of people a lot of jobs. I mean, listening posts out in the Aleutian Islands. I mean, a tremendous amount of early warning systems. Wasn't there continuously flying over at all times, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, just in case they did a surprise launch on something? One of the people who was a stakeholder in Bob and Alan's business in the 70s actually had a bomb shelter built in his backyard in Napa in the 19 together. I would have loved, he's long dead, but I would have loved to have checked that out. Can you imagine selling that house and the real estate agent listing? It has a functioning and solvent bomb shelter in the backyard. I mean, if it's underground, which it was, I'd have to keep the darn thing, because I'd be no way of excavating this and filling it in with rock, because it's just too cool of a piece of history.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, you could, make a cold storage down there for vegetables and set up a ham radio bunker and things of that nature, and that'd be pretty darn neat. Comes out of the 50s and 60s, with the, and you mentioned Failsafe. Failsafe was the program that the Strategic Air Command had, in which they had bombers flying around the clock, and that subsequently comes to an end. I forget in what year, particularly as rocketry starts to take off, and you have solid rocket ICBMs like Minuteman. Those things don't become necessary anymore. It's more of the the rockets going back and forth over the pole if something were to happen. Adam, I think we are actually closer to a nuclear war today than what we were in the Cold War. And let me be specific on that. I think the possibility of an accidental launch or a misreading of the Russians and the United States we're closer to triggering something today, and there's poor diplomacy, especially on our part. I mean, we have real estate agents trying to do, large-scale diplomacy that have no background in it whatsoever. I think there is a possibility, or greater possibility, of it happening today than there was when we were kids growing up.
Oh boy, I hope that's really not the case. I mean, I remember I read Howard Zinn's People's History of the United States. That book will knock you on your butt. But also watching Oliver Stone's documentary on the Cold War. He has a pretty dark view of Reagan. The way he tells the story, it's Gorbachev trying to approach America and say, please, let's get back on the table. I would like to shut the door on this nuclear weapon nonsense. My people don't have enough to eat, and we're spending money on this. There's a problem with that. We need tractors. We need fertilizer. We need roads to move the food farm to the cities. We're going to want to have wastewater treatment plants. We need regular country stuff. You know what? This is a humongous sink of cash. That's something we really can't afford. And Reagan's like, no. I think I'm going to keep the nuclear weapon thing going.
Unfortunate, and gosh, we could go on forever, and I would happily trade you my knowledge of these topics for your knowledge in amateur radio, so I could actually put a 6-meter thing in my car. But the real history of this, there are opportunities lost, no doubt, and it has trickled over into today. And if you think about, our parents' generation, which holds the bulk of resources in this country, and also are a very large, powerful voting bloc, I think the way the media has characterized what goes in Russia is not helpful. Well, first of all, it's not accurate, number one, most of the point. But two, as a tool of propaganda, it is fueling fires from way back, say, in the 1970s that just don't apply to a very, very, and much more complex system of arrangements that we have in international relations today. I mean, look at the Chinese. I mean, the Chinese, to me, resemble, again, in their industrial output, late 19th century Germany and the United States, as opposed to Soviet Union in the 1980s or something like that.
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting conversation. You got to come around a lot more. But the challenge is most hams, they only want to talk about radios and antennas. Ukrainian thing is still going on 4.5 years later. My take on it from what I read on the New York Times is that these people don't want to give up all their natural resources. That's why Russia's like, oh, no, you don't. You do not get to secede. No, but hey, I'm pulling in the yard at Adobe, and I've got a 205, so I got to go in there and turn the computer on and go walk into that. Let me wrap with you in a bit, buddy. I'll be leaving here today around 3-something. Chat soon. KD6, POC, clearing your final.
I always learn something every time you come across the radio dial, even if it's some conscientious introspection of myself and my biases and all the rest of it. So thanks for waking me up this morning. I appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful day. Big 73s to you. KD6 POC. This is K6 NYE. Coffee time in the parking lot. 1150 North McDowell Post Office. Take care, brother.
All right, buddy. I'll check in with you then. KD6 POC.
It is 7 a.m.
Santa Rosa Station 1, Medical Aid, Aston Avenue. Truck 1, Medic 523, Medical Aid, 980 Aston Avenue, 980 Aston Avenue, Santa Rosa, Mirrors Lane, Aston Circle, Control 3, 701.
just a miracle, I'll tell you.
Train control, this is train 6, ready to depart, yard, over.
Alright, 6 to wheel, communications discussion.
Code 2 to Memorial.
Petaluma Station 1, medical aid, Keokuk Street.